Welcome to the day 2 of the Remote Duel TCG Invitational Europe. I am Marcello Barberi.
And I'm Alberto Brazzi.
And we'll guide you through this intensive day of Yu-Gi-Oh! And dueling. Yesterday we tuned in with our top 16 direct elimination, where we go through and went through every single match for the top 16, which then lead to today, where we are going to do the same for the entire top 8. First of all, I want to thank you guys for watching, both today and yesterday. And if you missed any content, you can find all of the past VODs even here on YouTube. And just make sure to see if you missed any action and tell your friends to just come in and watch, because today it will be just as good. And also, as a final reminder, we are having other streams in different languages, so make sure to check them out. There are links down below if you prefer to watch it in your own native language. So we have a German, Italian, Spanish, and French stream. So thanks to our colleagues as well. So first of all, I want to go through the rules we are having for this weekend. So just like yesterday, it will be advanced constructed format, but 50 minutes each round. We gave our players 10 more minutes, which are definitely helpful nowadays with the remote duel mechanics. And I gotta say, we were pretty lucky yesterday because we never got into time. So I think the 50 minutes addition was great. It's, of course, best of 3 and single elimination. But what happens if we do reach the time out today? So as for a regular YCS, the duel must be declared a win, a loss, or a draw. But since we are at the direct elimination portion, draws are not possible. So if that would be the case, and if there is a tie for wins, the duelists will play a sudden death game. Yesterday it was never the case, but maybe tomorrow it will be. But now I would like to shift our attention on these 16 players. So we prepared some caricatures of them. So while let's go through the players' overview for the event. As you can see here, highlighted in red are the players that made it to day 2. So we will be seeing them today once more in action. The field was quite spread, and these guys had to do a lot to qualifiers, which were held in the 4 different regions for this event. So UK, France, Germany, and Italy. And they had to come in top. So it was quite a tough field to overcome. And as you can see yesterday, everyone proved to be quite good and experienced with their deck. But surprisingly, we saw something I think have never seen before in any tournament. It was all 2-0 victories.
Yeah, something we never see, actually. We see, tough games, but I think it was the first time ever. Maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. We never made it to game 3, which is quite an extraordinary feature. We'll see if the same trend goes on for today, or we'll see. But regardless of that, I would like to now bring you guys up on the screen the menus for today. So what is the bracket and the final bracket after day 1 has been done? So as you can see, we have the 4 matches for the top 8 already prepared for you guys. As for yesterday, we will start from the top left corner. So the first match that is gonna come up just in a few minutes is the one between Daniel Hartmann and Danilo Verweu, which we both saw yesterday. It is gonna be a virtual world mirror match.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough because yesterday we saw how difficult it is to play a virtual world mirror match, because not only the dice is important, but also you have to deal with True King of all calamities and the hand traps, which are played they're very popular this weekend, such as Nibiru, Lancia. It's gonna be a very interesting match to see.
Yeah, and as you can see, the path for both of these guys was actually different, because Daniel had to play against Leonardo, who was the first place at the qualifier in Italy with his Zodiac Eldritch deck, but he beat it quite convincingly, I gotta say, both with a combination of a little bit of a bad luck in game 1 for Leonardo, but a demonstration of superiority, I think, clear in game 2 by Daniel. While I gotta give the advantage to Danilo, because differently from Daniel, he already faced a mirror match in round 1. Benjamin, who qualified from the UK, was absolutely destroyed by his opponent. and that means that he's already prepared to face the mirror match. It was absolutely astonishing demonstration of play, I would say, which also mean that I think only in one of the matchups yesterday we allowed it out. The die roll was somewhat important, but for the rest, I think it is not a chance. Exactly. The fact that every match went on to a 2-0 victory means that the die roll this format is probably less important than it ever was. Going second, and especially in game one, we saw a lot of these players preparing for going second, meaning multiple end traps. So I absolutely think that they did a great job preparing for the field. But once again, if I gotta give an advantage to one of these guys, it's probably Danilo, just because he already faced a mirror match. But without further ado, I think our players are ready. So we should just jump to the table and see who is gonna be the first player to advance to the top 4. Okay, so seems like they are pretty much ready to go. And once more, I wanna tell you guys that you can find even additional information on the official website and on our pages on social media. But this match is definitely, I would say, arguably, outside of the final, the most important match of the weekend. Because if you make it to the top 4, you're guaranteed a copy of the YCS prize card, which is definitely a prize that is worth celebrating alongside your friend. So I'm sure these guys will be even more focused than they already were tomorrow. So looking at the deck lists, what do you think is the main difference between these guys' deck list?
So Daniel, as we saw yesterday, is main decking 3 copies of Artifact Lancia, which is going to be very huge in my opinion, and he's also playing 3 Pot of Prosperity along with the Pot of Desires. So he has a lot of good starters. While on the other hand, Danilo is playing Lancia as well, but he's only relying on Pot of Prosperity, and he's playing Foolish Warrior of Goods, which we haven't seen so much this weekend, but I think is very good because it gives you one more card in the graveyard like the Shinglong if you really need to start things off, and it's going to be a very interesting duel. Especially because I think that, you know, as you said before, the die roll is not that important. I think players usually want to win the die roll, but it was not that relevant because playing so many hand traps and being prepared to play against this kind of matchup is always good to have multiple options.
Absolutely, and if you just tuned in, you're not going crazy, because it seemed as if Danilo won the die roll, but our judges just communicated to us that for the first time, I think in my career, both as a player and as a commentator, they decided for a low roll, so the lowest roll wins, and that is why we're seeing Daniel go first. And he will do with a pretty strong opening, so the Pot of Prosperity works out, but as you can see here, there is a little bit of a flaw in his deck building, because the Prosperity is a great tool, but it limits the card drawn in the same turn. You cannot activate cards that will draw you more cards, so the Pot of Desires are not actually useful. Okay, so Ash Blossom comes down.
I think this is a smart play, but if he has Gamma, he has
Ooh, wow. Wow, we're already seeing us. Wow, okay. This one is being quite a fast one. So Danilo, I think just like yesterday, went second in game 1 and he opens 2 hand traps. This was enough against his opponent in round 1, Benjamin. But let's see if it is gonna be the same case here. At the end of the day, with 3 cards left in hand, there is a good chance that Daniel can still do a few combos, but let's just see how good the rest of these cards are.
What do you think? I think the Ash was good here on the city because
yeah, it's understandable.
I mean, he had the Shinglong, maybe he really needed to have cards in the graveyard, so I think it's fair. It's a fair move.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now it's all on Daniel. He definitely needs some good Virtual World monsters, like a Lulu, plus a way to trigger it would be perfect. But again, you can see here just how much the die roll does not impact this specific matchup. So
having so many end traps gives you the opportunity to stop your opponent and being smart when.
Okay, and yet again another of the tech cards. Interesting hands though. He had actually Nibiru. Yeah, as you can see here, because of the prosperity, the talent cannot draw 2 cards. So it will use the effect to look at your opponent's hand and just pick one of them. And it will be the Nibiru. Okay. I mean, not much of a choice, I guess, since the other was just 2 copies of Foolish Burial Goods. But this makes it so that this game will be a weird one. Unless Daniel actually has a way to combo off. Okay.
Now, I think Daniel really here needs to make something, because next turn Danilo will have direct access to the Qinglong with the Foolish Burial Goods. But here is very good because you can activate the Lao Lao. And
yeah, it's not super impressive, but
he can still manage to maybe go for a Shen Shen.
Let's see, because the one in normal summon is a Lulu, right? So aren't they both tuner then? That's the thing. So you cannot synchro summon. That's the problem. So he probably makes like an M7 or so he goes for the M7. That's the main issue. Since they are both tuners, he couldn't go for a synchro summon, but at least he found a way to make the best out of it and just go for an M7.
Yeah, I think he really wants to have a sort of interaction, because
and I think he activated the effect to get back the Lulu, probably. Yeah.
It seems like.
So the Gamma should be banished alongside the driver, and as it is. And now Danilo needs something. I mean, he has a lot of good draws because the Foolish Burial Goods means that he can send the Qinglong and just discard the other copy to get any good virtual words. So if he top decks something like a city or another decent card, I think Daniel is in trouble.
Yeah, if he drew any other virtual word monster, I think he's in a good position, because the Qinglong, he can discard the other copy of Foolish Burial Goods, but this is pretty interesting. Maybe he passed turn. Let's see. It's not clear, but
yeah, I think he didn't get what he was looking for,
and he decided to pass. Maybe just hopes. Maybe he found a Lancia. Let's see. Yeah, he drew a Lancia, which is good. I mean, he's maybe preventing Daniel from making more moves this turn, but it's not easy. I mean,
it's tough. It's definitely one of the ways. I think Adrian Dursun, one of the players that was eliminated yesterday, said that he thinks this deck is quite good because he can do both. Basically, things that a control deck would do, which is what we're seeing right now. But it also works as a combo deck, which is the main focus. But this is why the mirror match, as a lot of players we interviewed yesterday, they mentioned they decided to bring a different deck because they were not comfortable with the mirror match. And here you can see why. Calamity is really good, but it's usually not enough on his own to win, and therefore these grind games happen more than you would think so.
And now let's see if Danilo finds out a way. Wow, no, he didn't.
No, Danilo, unfortunately, after stopping his opponent right away, doesn't seem like he found much. So, do you think it was worth activating the good, at least one of the goods at the beginning?
Yeah, I think he could have activated one goods at least to send a Qinglong, and maybe, you know, just because you cannot activate another copy in the same turn, so maybe it would have been better, but seems like...
I think the only mistake I think Daniel should prevent is playing on Nibiru, because Danilo is only at 5300, so if you just maybe go for a synchro summon directly... Yeah, and I think that's what he's doing now. He's counting, because now he's on 2 summons. I think if you just summon another virtual word and then you synchro, it's 4, and... Exactly, so the Kirin is the correct one. You just go for Kirin, synchro summon, and it's enough. So here
comes the Lily targets the Lulu. So
So it's gonna send both the trap and a spell, and I think this should be enough. The only way I can see this going wrong is if he plays on to the Nibiru, but he has one more summon yet to be safe.
Yeah, here he just needs a synchro summon. I think he's just making some math.
Yeah, and this is actually even enough if he doesn't synchro summon, I believe. So he doesn't need to do much. And yeah, he enters the battle phase. Danilo has seen enough. So well played by Daniel, and we have already the game 1 winner here. It's Daniel Hartmann. Definitely an interesting game. It seems like Danilo stopped his opponent. But in the end, the triple tactics talent, I think it's the card that sealed the deal.
Yeah, it paid off because Danilo didn't have that much. I mean, he started off with Ash and Gamma, which were very good. And we thought he could have stopped Daniel's turn, but unfortunately he drew into a Lancia, which stopped Daniel from making other moves into this second turn. Yeah, maybe he could have activated a Foolish Buddha Goose, but I think he didn't change the match. So
yeah, it wouldn't have changed much.
And right now, I think looking at the side deck, I mean, we were talking about it. Maybe I think Danilo will, by the moment that he lost game 1, he didn't really want to risk. And yeah, I mean, he has triple tactics talents if he wants to side them in. I think they're very good by starting. And
yeah, it's the main difference in their deck list, I would say. It's that Daniel is already maining the card, while Danilo has the copies. And we just saw how good it is. It's really good going first, because it acts as a pseudo call by the grave, allowing you to push forward. But it's also just as amazing going second, because they open calamities. Then you can just either take control of it or just fish for more, while his opponent is supposed to be going second, and he has quite a lot of resources in the side deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be easy because I mean, in this kind of mirror match, you can also you have a lot of different options. That's the Mischief, which is very good. Even if you go second, I mean, it's a good card. And
yeah, but mainly also, I'm looking at Dark Lure No More. Exactly. Usually, you rarely see calamities being activated in the standby phase because of Gamma, and if Dark Lure No More comes down, then that could be a really quick game for Daniel. So,
and now Danilo, I think, yeah, we'll go first. So, ends are picked up.
Yeah. Let's see if this game will be decided once more by the card we just highlighted on screen for you guys. One of the most impactful spells at the moment. And once again, for the second game in a row, we see Pot of Prosperity being activated.
This card gave a huge boost to all of these decks that really relied on seeing new cards and new resources. We've seen these cards in sub-errors, and also yesterday being played by Zodiac Eldritch, so I think it's a very good card from Blazing Vortex, yeah.
I think pretty much every deck is using it at the moment, so not much of a surprise, and it makes sense. I mean, it's never a bad card to use even in the main deck, and once it gets to the game 2 and 3, it just so easily gets you one of the side deck cards. So let's see what Danilo is gonna add. The talent is there among the options, but he may be looking for something more combo-ish, and he does pick up the Lily. So
yeah, it looks like he already has maybe a City or a Qinglong, which could be very good.
Let's see.
Yeah,
the Qinglong comes down. And now the Lily is activated. Let's see if Daniel has a response. Doesn't seem like he's that concerned at the moment. So we will see a monster and a trap being sent to the graveyard. And this is also one of the main differences. Danilo is playing the one copy of Xuan Wu, while Daniel is not using the card at all, which is not the most common deck building I've seen this weekend for this deck.
But yeah, it's it's usually one off card that you really want to play because it gives you one extra chance to you know, have a different combo. And I mean, maybe he felt confident enough not to play.
Yeah. So here we could see a bunch of different options. One is to summon the Vermilion to just destroy itself and get back the Lulu and go from there, which is one of the standard plays, because then you can easily just go for a Cloud Castle. But oh, the Cold by the Grave. This is very brave by Danilo. He gives up Cold by the Grave. And let's see if he will be punished by that. As expected, he goes for Vermilion. But now the Lancea comes down, and that Cold by the Grave could have been so good. An interesting line of play by Daniel, and unfortunately Danilo thought that the talent was better than the Cold by, which is quite arguable. And now he reveals the end of 2 offs, so it's either GG or CD.
What would you do in that situation? I mean,
probably the GG for sure. Like, no, because I mean, at least you can normal summon the other GG and it has some sort of use, while the second CD is completely useless. So
it's interesting that he decided to discard the Cold by. I think maybe he felt safer with the triple tactic style.
Yeah, this will be, I think, the game changer. Like, with the Cold by, he could have done the turn without caring about his opponent, because as we just saw, it was the only entrap, but maybe he felt like the Lancia would have come earlier. As you said, sometimes in the mirror match, you just use it in the draw phase, the standby right away. So
yeah, this is another interesting discussion, because he could have activated immediately, you know. He knows that his opponent is playing Virtual War. Maybe he could have shotgun it, maybe. Or maybe just wanted Danilo to use some of his resources.
Yeah, either way, let's hope that Danilo doesn't regret too much his play. And now, as expected, we see the GG and the CT we knew were there. So pretty good opening. He now gets to send the Queen Long and just go off from there. And that means that the last card in Danilo hand is a card that he kept alongside, and it's a Lancia. Okay, so we see the Lancia once more trying to decide the match. It reminds me a lot of the Necros format, where you would just use Lancia every turn, and usually the second Lancia was the game winner.
Yeah.
So
it was a very grand game. You know, you have to consider all the options. Be careful about your killers at the time. So. Yeah,
because now the problem is we know one of the cards in Daniel land is completely useless, which is the other copy of City. So he's relying entirely on the top deck, and he doesn't have it. So he just passes back to his opponent, and let's see if maybe he picked up the third copy, but no, that's not the case. So finally now the Vermilion can be activated, and just as predicted, he will get back the Lulu. So
yeah, I mean, Daniel, if we draw like an Ash or Gamma, would be huge, but I mean, they are the only 2 cards I'm thinking at the moment. Because otherwise Danilo has, he can activate all of
right now he's completely fine. As mentioned, the Vermilion is such a great tool to revive later on with Cloud Castle, so I am smelling problems for Daniel. And maybe it will be the first time in the entire week to see a game free.
Yeah.
So a bit of a change from yesterday. Okay, so he has GG and
he sent the Chuche. Yeah. I think at this point Danilo has a very good chance to seal this game, because doesn't seem like Daniel has any kind of response to that. So the GG is fine, and he sends the Qinglong, so he can also activate it. Maybe we will get a Lao Lao. Let's see what he decides to do.
So one thing I can tell you guys is that Daniel is not playing Nibiru in the main or in the side deck. So at least Danilo doesn't have to worry about that in specific. The only other entrops that he might have was Ash, which we probably would have seen. So we can assume that he might not have another entrop in hand. So let's see.
It will be very interesting to know why. He was not the only one player to decide not to play. Also, Adrian Dursu, we saw yesterday, was not main decking or side decking in the Nibiru.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was just more of a read, but we see that in the event and in the other side of the bracket specifically, we have a Dragon Link and a Phantom Knight deck, also similar. There are pretty much combo decks that suffer Nibiru a lot. So if they end up in the final or in the other top 4, then I think they will regret this decision.
Because I think you are guaranteed to activate the Lancia anyways in the mirror match, because you can risk the number 75. So maybe that was the main decision not to play the Nibiru. Because rather than that, maybe against the the Dragon Link deck is very good.
But for now, again, as predicted, Danilo is just going on full mode. You might see the Cloud Castle here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he will go for Cloud Castle, bring back the Vermilion deck. Or maybe the Shenshen if he really wants to, but I think the Cloud Castle should be fine. I think he's considering it.
Yeah, he's thinking about how much he can do, but yeah, the Cloud Castle comes down. He would bring back the Vermilion, and we'll see the first calamities for this mirror match, which is definitely not a common thing after 20 minutes of Virtual World. We haven't seen a calamities yet. Which means, by the way, that from Monday on, when the new Forbidden Unlimited list will be effective, this deck is still viable, and it's up to you guys to just find other ways to combo off and make it even more efficient than it is already. So
yeah, I mean, we were talking about this team yesterday because we have seen a lot of Virtual World players not relying on the choking of all calamities, because you cannot always have access to it. And there are a lot of different combos, and also Virtual Wars is so powerful that you can basically play a lot of different Synchro Monster in your extra deck. So
yeah, there are a lot of different combos that you can go for. Right now, the laziest in a way, because it's quite efficient and easy to do, is the calamities, but there are multiple other ways that this deck can be played. So right now, plays resume, and it's on Danilo to continue his turn. There are no cards in Daniel's end that can negate the Cloud Castle, so for now, he will continue on.
Yeah, no surprise here. We will soon see us looking over calamities, and
you think he should attack first and then make the calamities just to play around a possible Lightning Storm?
I think so. I think it will be better.
Yeah, because Lightning Storm is one of the tools that we are seeing people side overall this weekend and in general, but it can only destroy monsters in attack position. Yeah. Therefore, that is the main reason why you're seeing calamities being summoned in defense.
Yeah, you can get rid of the GG anyway, so I think it would be better anyway for Danilo to attack over it with the Vermilion mech.
Absolutely.
And here, just a little bit of clarification, maybe, just to be sure that everything is fine. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this deck after the Forbidden Unlimited list tomorrow, because, I mean, it's a control deck, but at the same time, it's a very cool deck to see, because you have a lot of combos, and I would really like to see the variant with the Ultimate Tzolk'in. I hope really someone goes for it. But seems like the game state, everything is fine.
Yeah. Just gotta make sure that we don't have any technical problems with them, and for now it's quite smooth. Our judges are doing a great job both at fixing possible language barriers and technical issues that might arise between the players, but as you can see, they're also being provided with equipment and other ways to just avoid any possible problems this weekend. And also, it's worth mentioning that Danilo is doing us a favor by sponsoring, just like yesterday, the Neuron app on the table on his phone, which is an incredible tool for Yu-Gi-Oh! You should check it out and download it and check all the possible features it contains. It makes dueling, and especially remote dueling, so much easier for you. And I suggest you all to check it out and download it on your phones.
He decides to go for calamities here. because I think he doesn't want to risk any Lancia or Nibiru, so that's why maybe he decided to.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know. Maybe, I mean, if he followed the stream, maybe we could have talked about it. But overall, without knowing, you want to make sure that you play around Nibiru, and he felt like this was safer. He wants to push a little more damage, and this is a decent way to do it.
Now he sends the Lily, and he special summon the Gigi, and Nyan Nyan comes back.
He still has a lot, so the Nyan Nyan can come back, as he just discarded it with the Qinglong earlier in the turn, and now
I think maybe he can go for a Stardust Charge Warrior or Juju. Okay, he goes for Juju, fair enough. And let's see what he shuffles back with the Nyan Nyan here.
Yeah, the only thing he's missing at the moment would be the SHUEISHA of his own. But outside of this, he's doing a great job. And maybe there is an option to go for an M7 later on and get to add a possible Entrop back to his hand, like the Lancia, which I think would seal the deal entirely.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Danilo. The only piece is missing, as you said, is the SHUEISHA, but rather than that, I think he has all the possible options here. If he really wants to, he could overlay the Juju and the Lao Lao, but I don't think he will. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, I think it depends if he wants to go for the safer approach. I think M7, this is absolutely safe. The most obvious one would be to get back the Lancia, but let's see. He might even get back one of the resources for next turn.
Yeah, I think Lancia.
Lancia was just the safest option. The only thing I'm concerned with here is, as mentioned, that the order could have been slightly different, because now if Daniel sided the Lightning Storm, that could have been a punish, but of course we gotta keep in mind that it's not an obvious choice.
Yeah, I think Danilo wanted to avoid being Nibiru or Lancia, so I think he took this risk, but now he comes to Zeus.
Yeah,
which is something we don't see really much in a mirror match, but it's here, so just in case.
Yeah, and of course the SHUEISHA for now is also locking the Storm, so he would need to get rid to find a way of getting rid of that before. But this seems like Danilo is doing a phenomenal job, I would say.
And maybe for the first time.
They're just trying even more their best, and also it's the second time they've been playing Dream. Yesterday there might be a tension, you know. Today they already won a match. They feel quite confident. As you can see here, Danilo, Lancia, Calamities, and Zeus, and I don't see how Daniel can come out of this. Maybe the talent is a way to start, but
I think the only card will be the talent, because rather than that, I don't think that he could survive the next turn, because he has the Zeus and the Calamities, and he also has the Lulu. So let's see. Yeah,
I think Daniel probably would have scooped to even just one of the 3 threats, but with all of them on the field, there was no chance at all. So well played by Danilo, and we have our first game 3 of the weekend. Who is gonna advance to the top 4 and claim his copy of the prize card? We'll soon find out. And now it's on Daniel to decide who is going first for the final duel.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game, because they're not only playing, to win, but who goes to top 4, gets the YCS prize card, and it's one of these cards that you really want to add to your collection. You can share it with friends, and I think we will see a very nice game. They fought hard in these two games. We've seen a lot of cool moves. Lance has been activated, King of all Calamities, the Zeus. And here I think there's no way Daniel wants to lose this one after winning game 1.
Yeah. It seems tough for now. It's also the first time we are seeing not only a game 3, but whoever goes first taking the game. So we'll see if this will be the case for game 3 as well.
And we saw that yesterday Danilo already played the virtual mirror match and was able to win.
Yeah. So Daniel is playing a interesting tech card, which is there because he can play Foolish Goods. So as you can see here, Mischief of the Gnomes, interesting card. It was played back in the day in Paleozoic sometimes because you could send it with Marrella, and it's useful against decks that rely on synchro summoning heavily. It was good against ABC as well.
Also in the burning ability.
Yeah,
it was very good. Yeah,
absolutely. And here it can easily mess up some of the combos for these guys. So we'll see if we'll finally see that card in action. But
yeah, it's one of these cards you don't really expect from players to be played. But, it's there, and hopefully we will see it in action.
Absolutely. So now, last time, one of these guys is gonna draw 5 or 6 cards of his weekend, while the other one will be the first to advance to the top 4. Let's see if it's gonna be Daniel or Danilo. Seems like they're pretty much ready, and luckily enough, there are still more than 20 minutes remaining, so time is still far. Okay.
Let's see if we will see for the 3rd time in a row a Pot of Prosperity.
And no, so this time we see more of a convention from Daniel. He normal summons the GG and reveals the Lily, which is a fair opening. He gets to send both the Queen Long and the SHUEISHA, since he's the one not playing the Xuan Hu.
Yeah.
And now, once again, Danilo, for every past duel, always had at least 1 or 2 entraps. Let's see if that would be the trend for this duel as well. But the Lancea at least is not there, because he would have used it for sure earlier on. Possibly even the Gamma. What do you think? I think the Gamma on Lily could have been really good if you see such a weak start.
Okay, this is very interesting because he decides to get rid of the triple tactic style. And maybe he has another copy.
I would say so.
Yeah, maybe he has another copy, or maybe he has Cold Buy.
And he does the opposite as Danilo did.
Because here you don't really want to get Nibiru, you know, and
the discarding triple tactics is definitely not something you see every day. So first thing that comes to mind is a second copy must be in the end. Let's see, because now the Lulu is activated and there is a Gamma. Okay. I'm not sure if I like this too much. Maybe he wanted to play it safe, but I think there is also a consideration that the Gamma on the Lily could have stopped Daniel turn entirely. I don't know, I have this feeling, but Danilo wanted to play it a little safer, and now let's see, because the second copy of Talent should be in the end for Daniel. I would be surprised if that wasn't the case. So if it's not there, it's the second time in a row that we see both Danilo and Daniel discarding a crucial card, and it doesn't seem like it is.
No. It's very tough now, because I think he's going for M7 once again.
Maybe it's just M7, get back the Lulu, and... okay, no, it's Beatrice, okay. So he wants to push forward, and maybe this is also one of the reasons why Mischief of the Gnomes is interesting. Not only you can send it with the goods, but it can also be sent with the Beatrice. So, and you can wait because you can send it later on as well. Let's see if that will be the case. Yes, so we do see Mischief of the Gnomes. So now, as predicted, the card comes in handy. Well played by Daniel to find a way to abuse of the card, which I think is really cool. And as predicted as well, the second copy was there. But Ash again from Danilo. So interesting first turn. Once more Danilo, 2 Antraps, and once more Daniel finding out a way to go through. Do you think the Beatrice should have been summoned in defense? Is there a reason why he put it in attack?
I mean, I would have summoned in defense just in case, just to be sure that maybe to prevent a lightning storm.
Yeah. The Gamma once more should be banished, but I'm pretty sure Daniel noticed. So.
The thing I was thinking about is the Ash, because Danilo, I think, knew where to activate the Ash Blossom. I think he knew Daniel could have their triple tactical.
Absolutely. So, the Mischief. Okay, wow, and we see a set card. Interesting by Danilo. Like the Mischief can be held because, as we know, all the virtual words activate from hand. You can just chain it and then wow, but seems like Danilo completely bricked. So he just sets 1 card and pass, plays back on Daniel, who can first of all even just use the second part of Beatrice, and he will do. Yeah. He has a lot of options. He can send the Queen Long potentially, but
it looks like maybe Danilo has plenty of end traps, or maybe multiple copies of Laula or Lily Lancia.
Yeah, he just top decked the Lancia, which he didn't have last turn, and this is so bad for Danilo. When you are in such a spot, you hope that your end traps are able to break your opponent's hands as well, but Daniel already is doing well, and now he will be able to make a Gaia and then make the Zeus. So he's completely in control, and yeah.
And also because Daniel has 2 banish cards, this means that if his set card is a Chuche, you will be able to get rid of one of Danilo cards next turn. So here comes the Zeus, and it's looking good for Daniel now.
Yeah,
it's not going to be easy for Danilo.
This is definitely tough. It might be the case that Daniel will be the one who advances to the top 4. Now we do see one of the other cards, and maybe the reason why Daniel is not playing this card.
Yeah, I mean, I think he played a lot of mirror matches because he arrived there. He played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh during the last few weeks, and I mean, it's an interesting choice. I would really like to know why he decided not to play this card.
Yeah, so, I think it's exactly for this reason. Yeah. It's an option that probably higher the ceilings make your ceiling higher, so your deck has more options to combo off. But at this time, it's a bad draw, and we are seeing here Danilo struggling with finding a way to combo off, and it might be too late even because the Mischief of the Gnomes is there, the Zeus is there, so tough times for Danilo.
Yeah, I think the only piece Danilo was missing in the previous turn was a spell card, because I think he has covered maybe one or two monsters.
Yeah, so now he's gonna force the negation. But I don't think you ever activated Zeus here. It's a bait. Your opponent hand was weak, and if you use it, then you give them a Queen Long Engrave.
I think here you could just wait for the activation of a monster by Danilo, and then I think that this Daniel has a Chuche maybe set, because he also has the Mischief, so I don't think that's very good.
That's possible, but yeah, the Chuche is even there, which is tough. Did he just chain it on Queen Long? I think so. So he chained it on the Queen Long. This way the Zeus is active, but at the same time he's giving his opponent a chance to fight back. I'm curious to see. These players were obviously both prepared and knew their deck really well, but I'm curious to see if he is able to play around the Mischief of the Gnomes, because that card is actually quite annoying.
Yeah.
But maybe he can he can manage a way. Let's see. So.
Yeah, now you cannot activate the Zeus because otherwise Danilo could use this one Wu to bring back the GG and then activate the Qinglong, so that's why he's not doing it.
Yeah, but doesn't seem like it will be an easy road for Danilo. He has to deal with the Zeus and with the Mischief of the Gnomes.
So. Yeah, the real problem is the Mischief, because I think Daniel can easily control this situation here, because I think Danilo's next move could be Qinglong activation. He has this one hoop, but yeah, I think he could go for the Qinglong here.
Let's see. So he does activate, meaning he will reveal the card in his hand is.
Okay. Well, maybe here we'll look for Lulu, Lao Lao.
Yeah, Lao Lao is also okay, but you really have to keep in mind how do you play around. At least you only have one card, meaning that the gnomes will pretty much only affect one of your monsters. Oh,
Okay.
he gets the Lulu. Okay. And it seems like Mischief is gonna be activated now. No, debating about it. I mean, you can wait.
Yeah, you can wait. I think you can also wait.
Okay, and the Ash. So he had a second copy of Ash, which is the reason why. Okay, so the Mischief is activated, which I think is not too impactful at the moment, since you can just Lulu and then get the Lalau, for example.
Do you think maybe he should have waited for the Lulu? Because he could have changed the Zeus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, the thing is, you still have to play around the Zeus, because if you now get the Lulu, you don't have a way. But since the Lulu will be a level 2, you cannot go for like number 75 or something like that. But let's see. So it...
I think he passed.
Yes, yeah, he ended his turn. That was my main concern, because I think he forgot about the Lulu being active. So...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Danilo, I think... unfortunate play of the weekend, but at this level of competition, all your opponent needs is one mistake, and it can cost you the entire duel. And you can see here Daniel being overly excited with his combos. He knows his opponent entire hand, so he knows that there is no response, no way to interact with him, and Danilo is already at 5400, so...
Yeah, he just needs to find a way to deal 5400 damage here, and yeah, he can easily go for Synchro Summon, then attack with the Zeus. I think
if you even want Synchro and just Vermilion and destroy a card, then that's already enough. But we'll see with how many style points Daniel wants to end this. And for everyone supporting Danilo, unfortunately, it seems like his adventure will be over for this weekend. But nonetheless, he proved to be a formidable opponent. I think it could have gone either way, really, especially this game 3. I think it was the one where he went back and forth the most, and Daniel had to play through 2 entraps in round 1.
For Daniel, so well played by him.
As expected, Vermilion hits the field, it will destroy the GG and just push for game with the rest. On top, there is even a SHUEISHA. And I think Danilo just realized and picked up his cards. So we have a winner for the match. It's Daniel Hartman, our first player to advance to the top 4. Who will be his opponent, we'll find out soon. But for now, congratulations, Daniel. What a way to start day 2. It's been a long day yesterday all over Europe, but out of the top 16 and the 8 matches we covered, there was not a single game 3 whatsoever, all 2-0s. But now, day 2, it's a completely different day. As for any event of Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is what I've been telling anyone asking me for advice. Just take every game as a new game. So if we're talking about a new day, then even more that works. Whatever happened until that point of a tournament is completely erased. And you can see it here. Yesterday, 8 matches, no one went to game 3. Now we begin, and in the first round, we already have a back and forth matchup with a lot of things going on, and I think it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
So, congratulations to both. But Daniel is the first player to advance to the top 4.
Yeah, congratulations to him. It was a very interesting match. I mean, yesterday we saw, as you said before, only 2 games in a virtual match. Now Danilo played very well. He had a lot of interruption to stop him, and well played, Danilo. Maybe next time you will advance to the top 4. So congratulations anyway.
Yeah.
It was a very huge adventure for you.
And absolutely. And now Daniel can enjoy some free time, prepare a coffee or something to eat. And meanwhile, I think he will be in the first seat available, just watching for the next match coming up, because we will find out who the opponent for Daniel will be in the top 4 match. So thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned, and we will be back soon with round 2.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, Freezing Chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back once more to the Remote Duel Invitational. Now we are in round 2 and we need to find out who our second player that advances to the top 4 will be. It will be just a good match as the one we just saw, and it will be the one between Joshua and Maren. The matchup is completely different. In fact, Joshua will be using the last duelist of the day using Zodiac Eldlik. Yeah. What do you think of the deck?
My pick for the tournament. So
okay.
I really hope the deck goes into the top 4, but we gotta give credit to the other guy who's competing. So it's going to be a very tough match because it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely. So in round 1, we had a mirror match for Virtual World. Here they're playing different decks because we saw yesterday Maren dominating pure Porsche and his Paleozoic deck with his own version of Eldlik and Red Eyes Fusion. So in this case, we will have a mirror match of Eldlik cards, but the rest of the deck are completely different. You know, Zoo is really good at going second, abusing Trident and then Zeus, so completely destroying your opponent's field, while the version from Maren really wants to go first, set up a Dragoon, and play a lot of traps. He's maining 6 Solemns, so Judgment Strike, Torrential Tribute, so it's quite a more control-ish approach, but either way, they have had a really good journey this weekend, but we can talk more about what their accomplishments are once we go to the table. So let's just jump right in. And here they are. So as you can see, They have come here definitely prepared, as Joshua is the winner of the qualifier held in Germany. So absolutely one of the players to beat this weekend, while Maren was the finalist for France. So in the first match today, we had the underdogs, let's say, because they beat the top-seeded players, while here it's a side of the bracket where the player who had the advantage, at least on paper, advanced to the top 8. So it's interesting. What do you think of this matchup? We have not seen before.
Yeah, we haven't seen this matchup before, but I mean, the thing is that Maren is playing the Solemn Judgments, which can counter Joshua's deck, because Joshua's playing the Zodiacs, so if Maren draws a lot of trap cards, maybe with only a Borbo, he could get easy access to the Zeus. But on the other hand, Maren is playing the Solemn Judgments, so it's going to be an interesting match, because at the same time, it's kind of a rock deck mirror match, we could say.
Yeah, it's tough. It's one where I think Maren maybe has a little bit of an advantage, but it's not gonna be one as the round one where Paleozoic literally stand no chance against his field. So it's interesting because at the same time the Dragoon is really powerful, but Zeus is a way to deal with it. Yeah. So it's a back and forth one, I'm sure. And now the die roll will be there, and unless they surprise us like last round, maybe it will be Joshua who begins. Let's see.
And as we were saying before, maybe the die roll here is not even that important, because these are control decks, so... But maybe for Maren could have a slight advantage, considering that he's playing Solemn Judgment.
Okay, so Maren does go first, and he opens well with the first Earthland, netting him a good advantage, and in a way reminding us of, Clifford Scout, so paying 800 and just getting some advantage every turn. So. Ooh, and a great opening. So he opens once again for the second time this weekend when he goes first, the Realized Fusion. Arguably the best card in his deck.
I think this is the card you really want to draw in your very first turn. It puts up a lot of pressure on your opponent with the Red Dice Dark Dragoon, and it's not easy to deal with this card, causes a lot of problems.
Yeah, and differently from yesterday, these players, I'm sure, checked out the action and they know what their opponent is playing. So this is an incredible opening by Maren. 3 back rows, we know he's playing Solemns and a Dragoon, so what more can you wish for?
Yeah, quite an impressive start for Maren here, and it's not gonna be easy for Joshua. He needs to find a way to deal with the Dragoon and deal some damage at the same time.
Because as mentioned, Maren is playing Solemn Judgment, Solemn Strike, even Imperial Order in the main deck, so any of those cards would be absolutely a powerhouse.
And I think now Joshua needs to take some time to... Oh, okay, he goes for maybe a Blind Cyclone.
Yeah, seems so.
Yeah.
So Blind Cosmic Cyclone, like back in the days, feeling his luck. What is he gonna get? It's Ice Dragon Prison. Okay. So it's a decent target, I would say, but probably not the one he was looking for. He rather hit a Solemn for sure. Let's see. Definitely not the start we expected. He's playing 2 copies of Cosmic Cyclone, the only guy this weekend maining it. Yeah. And now the Whiptail comes down, which is interesting. It's also one of the ways where Dragoon can be outed, since it doesn't target. But let's see if he's just gonna try and crash or if he wants to push forward. So Maren is considering his options. Yeah, so it seems like he just wants to attack the Dragoon. Okay, like, decent option, but then the Dragoon will just negate it, I guess, by discarding a card. So, let's see.
Yeah, I think Joshua has a plan, because...
Do you think this is much better than just going for a Borbo, attacking directly and forcing it with the Zeus? I guess... I mean, that is better against the back rows, but...
How many Borbo does he play? 2? Maybe
he's playing 2
I think maybe you can just go with Borbo and force him. Yeah, I think it would have been a decent option.
And now the tanky, which is also kind of confusing to me, because maybe it gives him a play for next turn, but he also could have done for a Terror Blade or a Rat right away.
Yeah, because now he's risking Maren to activate it. Maybe one of his. You could have maybe a Conquistador or something like that, you know.
And yeah, that's it. So he sets Shu, keeps Il Ratto for next turn, and just plays back to Maren. So he draws and he's in a comfortable spot. So whenever the Cursed Eldland just sticks for one more turn, you're more than happy. And by having now the Golden Lord, the advantage is getting out of hand. And it seems like yesterday we commented on how the two players who brought Red Eyes Eldritch this weekend were just completely dominating their opponents. We'll see if this will be the case for today as well. They might meet in the finals if they do.
Yeah, the thing is that if you start things off with Cursed Eldland and Red Dice Fusion, you really have easy access to the Golden Lord. So
then you got the Akero, I think. Yeah. So Agero is in the end, but Schoolmeister...
Is it Ghost Bell?
No, Ghost Bell, yeah, Ghost Bell. So Ghost Bell, pretty much the same thing.
Strike. Okay. He has a Solemn Strike on Bell.
Okay, so the Solemn Strike is there, meaning that Joshua played well around his opponent cards. If he would have committed 4 or 5 XYZs into a Zeus, the Solemn Strike would have been devastating, but at least now he's able to fight back easily.
Does Joshua play Torrential?
Joshua is... No, does not. He's not playing anything else outside of the Zodiac combo, which he wants to send with the Rat next turn.
And now he's taking some damage here with the Golden Lord and the Dragon. And he also has the Aguero for the next turn. Let's see if he has any response. Okay, he has Conquistador.
Yeah, Conquistador. Does he have the Sanguine to back it up? Wow. So Marlen, wow, yeah, he flips his own copy of Conquistador, and at the end of the day, it was even the strike on the bell we are alighting right now that sealed the deal for Marlen. The fusion once more proving to be one of the key cards this weekend. We saw yesterday being used in the unique deck for the Phantom Knights Red Ice deck, and now again just proving almost to be unstoppable. So
yeah, this duelist told us yesterday they wanted to play something different rather than the Virtual World deck, and I think it's paying off also because to me it was quite unexpected to see 2 players playing Red Eyes Eldritch, because most of the players usually rely on the Zodiac package, but I think the Red Dice Dark Dragon is shutting everyone.
Yeah, it seems like it makes sense. The main reasoning for Maren when we interviewed him yesterday was that he didn't want to play a deck that lost to Calamities too much. Yeah. And I gotta say, it makes sense seeing how many Virtual Worlds were shown this weekend. Looking at the side decks, Joshua wants to go first this time, set up his own board, and he has his own copies of Solemn Judgment in the side deck, plus the third Cosmic, which might come in. But Maren is not gonna give him an easy time.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that he was very prepared for this kind of matches because he's playing the Darkest Feather Dusters and the Lightning Storm as well. So I think this will go in for sure.
Absolutely, and he's also one of the few players this weekend who is playing Ghost Ogre. Yeah. Yesterday, Joshua was surprised by it. He normal summoned the Rat, thinking, okay, I'm gonna send my Zodiac combo, meaning that I get to take advantage of Zeus, and on top of that, I recycle my resources. But it was met by a Ghost Ogre, and it completely shut him down for 1 turn. So, yeah, exactly. And I'm sure the Maren will just try and do the same here. So, let's see. I would be surprised if Joshua didn't start, but Maren is also siding the Storms, the Feather Dust. Let's see. It will be a close one once more. Again, Cursed Eldland showing up. arguably the best card in the deck.
It's one of the best after of the deck.
Yeah, of any Eldlik deck. So.
Yeah, started with getting one of your, the Gold Lord, the Conquistador, the Aguero, depending on what you have in your hand. Is very good. It puts you forward into the game. Yeah, the interesting thing is that playing the Dragoon gives you the opportunity to discard the Gold Lord, and the turn after you can immediately bring it back, sending the Emblem to the graveyard. So that is very good.
So now it's again a question. It doesn't seem like he will be shuffling his deck for the remaining of this turn. We have seen players using the Zodiacs, and he is. So he normal summon Therablade, and he will be discarding a card, which is the Bunny Blast.
Oh, okay.
And if Ghost Ogre comes down here, that's not pretty if you're Joshua.
And I think here Joshua will go maybe for Trident with a couple of materials. Okay, goes for Borbol. I think he could go immediately for Trident. Yeah.
No, he's going for Shagaran
instead. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he wants to go for a more aggressive board. I guess it can make sense as your opponent is playing a very slow deck. So you want to change your approach to the match. You have seen that it did not work well in game 1. So he just keeps a Bunny Blast on field and he makes a Trident in attack position, which is my only concern. But outside of that, it's understandable. And now 2 back rows to pair it up. So solid opening from Joshua. And now it's up to Maren to prove that his version of Eldlik is the best one. Maybe we'll do so with a Lightning Storm to begin with. That definitely would be a good way to start. Let's see.
Maybe he has a cover of Dice Fusion.
Okay, so he starts things off pretty solid with the Golden Lord plus the Conquistador.
Would you get rid of the Druiden here?
I mean, you know that one of the backrows is the Conquistador, so it's kind of a gamble if you try to destroy them, but it's also possible that he has a Lightning Storm and he's playing it in a different way, so let's see. Definitely debating here whether to pick one of the other cards, and he does, and he hits the Conquistador. Yeah, so
maybe he has a way to deal with the Trident, or not. Let's see.
Okay, probably taking a passive approach, setting 1, using it to get back the Golden Lord, and is the Aguero. So good start, solid start. He has 2 traps he can banish in the end phase to get even 2 more cards. So for now he hasn't lost anything, but the Trident will just get rid of the Golden Lord for now.
I think this is something we have already seen yesterday from Maren, that he tried to force his opponent to destroy his own spell or trap card by setting in before, just, it's a fair opening from Maren. I think now Joshua is going for Trident, no way.
Just reading his own XYZs, making sure he touches the right one, but unfortunately, he doesn't check out that the cursed, the Golden Lord cannot be destroyed when it is summoned by his effect. So you can see here why the matchup is on Marlen's side. He can now banish 2, get the Conquistador and the Aguero back, and this is looking pretty strong from Marlen.
Well, we already said at the beginning of this match that it would have been very interesting because both of these decks rely on pretty much the same resources, but kind of in a different way.
Oh, and he gets an elixir. Yeah. Surprising us. Maybe he already has the other traps, and this is also one of the few guys who is playing the spells this weekend. But yesterday we saw it actually giving him one of the wins. So it's working out for him. I think I'm convinced by this deck. It seems very solid across the board and doesn't really lose instantly to any of the other decks in the format. So
yeah, it's very consistent. You can deal with a lot of problems at the same time, and you can also afford to play cards such as Torrential Tribute, Sudden Judgment, Sudden Strides.
Okay, so Joshua, unfortunately, once again with the back against the wall, but Maren taking advantage initially. So he thinks the Conquistador destroying the Eldland is a good idea, and he wants to prevent the advantage from his opponent from getting out of hand, and he gives him. He's not afraid to give him a copy of the Golden Lord. So,
do you think he would have maybe Solemn Strike? Because I think he was very.
I think he has. He has something. He also has. I would be surprised if he didn't have the Aguero because that can punish the Golden Lord quite effectively. Is that a set monster? Or no, did it just...
No, it's the end.
Put the end, okay. I was like, wait, that seems a little unexpected. But...
Maybe here Joshua could go for a Borbo and trying to force Maren, but if he goes for Borbo, he basically loses both of them. Yeah, because he already summoned one in the previous turn.
Yeah, so he attacks.
Okay.
And... I would be shocked if Maren didn't have an out, doesn't have an out, because he used the Conquistador immediately. I'm pretty sure he will have some sort of solution for the Zeus.
Strike, something like that.
He's waiting, so I'm sure once the Zeus will hit the field, we will see one of the Solemns, and here it is, Solemn Judgment coming down from Maren, shutting. But another Solemn, is it a third? No. Wow! A chain of Solemn Judgment in 2021. Who would have expected? Unfortunately, it's Maren who has even a second Judgment. And
last time I saw something like this one is going to be this format.
Yeah, it's been a while, definitely, and wow, I don't think any of the players or the viewers watching would have expected such a possible ending to the top 8 match.
Okay, and now revives back the Golden Lord.
And this is still a match to be played.
Very close one.
Yeah, the advantage, of course, is on Joshua, but the life points are getting lower and lower because we just saw 3 Solemn Judgments being activated in the same turn, and that means the time these duelists have has definitely shortened. So maybe we will be back on the trend of not going to game 3, but for now this is still a close one. Do you think the decision to take the elixir is gonna come back to hurt him, or maybe it's the necessary damage he needs?
The thing is that he had 2 Solemn Judgments, so he was protected enough. And maybe getting an Aguero would have put him forward. Okay, now we see a Ghost Bell on the Sanguine, which is good.
Okay.
As you said, maybe the Aguero in this situation would have been good. Also because the Sanguine was stopped by the Gospel.
Yeah, Gospel, not the most popular entropy this weekend, but still very useful against many of the decks of the format.
What if he draws the Rescue?
Yeah, that's gotta be scary for Joshua, and you can see why that card is just so good. I mean, I'm not sure still if it's worth it without playing the other Red Eyes card, just the 3 single copies of Fusion, because it's kind of like saying I play 3 good cards but 2 really bad ones, similarly like to Gamma, but Gamma is a free 1 and Fusion is a free 2, which is much different. But it's working out for Maren, so who am I to judge for now?
Maybe now Maren is considering some extra deck plays.
Okay, so we see one of the World Chalice just like yesterday instead of the Spider, and some Link summoning happening. Definitely not the most usual Red Eyes Adlic play you will see all weekend. So, is there gonna be a response here from his opponent? doesn't seem so. So the Elixir will be sent to the graveyard to activate the Golden Lord. Again, is there a response from Joshua? No, doesn't seem he's interested in it. Let's see if he will be able to bring back something from his opponent graveyard with the Wind Charmer.
Yeah.
So he needs to bring back something wind. I'm not sure if there was any wind monster in grave. We can check probably the Borbo. Is it?
Is it a win?
No, it's probably all the Zodiacs should be Earth.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And now he gets to banish the trap cards and the spell cards as well. And now plenty of trap cards for Maren.
yeah, so just playing. As expected, this is turning soon into a grind game, and maybe it will be the advantage back on Joshua, who has the ability to just recycle the Borbos and attack directly. So
Yeah.
let's see. How do you try and push this final 18? Because I think if you deal with the Conquistador, then there is a good chance that a Borbo is good enough. Because with Borbo, then you Tiger Mortar back the Terrorblade, and it's enough to win the duel.
Yeah, but the real problem here is that Joshua already used both of these Borbo because
I'm not sure if he used it in turn 1, honestly, because he went first. I would be surprised if he used it. I think he just...
Do you think he only used
No,
one?
I think he only used one. I think he started with the Kong and the Chaka 9, but
I think...
I'm not sure if...
Okay.
I don't think
Yeah,
he used the Borbo.
Maybe you're right, yeah. Okay, let's for Sunwin.
Again, nothing too much to worry about, but it's a very weird game, the one we're witnessing. It's more like they're both on the defense. They got scared off by the Solemns, and now they are trying... Ooh, but the rip from the top is the Red Ice Fusion once again. So this is a game changer. I think this is exactly the draw that Maren was waiting for. Wow.
Now it changes everything.
Yeah, now I don't see how Joshua can come out on top. He can just push so much, and I think the back rows were even known.
Yeah.
So tough. Maybe once again the fusion will just be the card that once drawn just wins you the game on the spot. So
maybe Joshua was hoping that Maren didn't draw the Red Ice Fusion, but
yeah,
I think it's now.
But okay, now the droplet. So one of the mysterious cards, or rather the only one remaining, was a droplet. So at least he will be able to gain some time for now. Is it gonna be enough to guarantee him some more time needed to advance to the top 4? I'm not sure, but at least he doesn't have to worry immediately about the threat. So
let's see if now Maren finds a solution to deal the last 2000 damage. Okay, it doesn't seem like he negated it. Maybe we will...
No.
Does he negate it? Okay.
Yeah, because he couldn't chain it.
Yeah.
So...
Okay.
No, it's tough. It's probably just gonna get back some of his advantage and just wait one more turn. So he banish it. He might have the other Elixir if he feels like it, or just the last copy of Conquistador. Let's see. Okay, he gets the Akero. So again, nothing to say. We get to see finally the Conquistador, which will come and try to destroy the Dragoon once it's negated, but well played by Maren. Wow. Okay.
Maybe we...
Yeah, because of the Dragoon he cannot activate it.
Yeah.
The same turn you activate the fusion. So well played by Joshua, recognizing that the only out he had was this specific combination of droplet to negate the Dragoon and then the Conquistador. And luckily for him, now we're back at where we were. It's gonna be a long one. It's a stall. It's a Mexican standoff, and the first one who will break it will just win the duel. So if it is Joshua, we're going to game 3. If it's Maren, we already complete our first top 4 matchup.
Could Joshua somehow manage to have access to his extra deck with the Golden Lore? Maybe.
I think the one who can access it the most is Joshua for sure.
Yeah.
But
now Joshua is maybe link summoning. Okay.
well played. So now he goes for one of the cards we rarely see, which abuses the fact that the old monsters are zombies, and he will try to just fish for something else from the graveyard of Maren, and if he does, he can even draw 1 card. So I think they are both actually using the card. Yeah, the vampire sucker.
Let's see if Maren responds to it. I think just clarifying maybe he's just asking for the effect. Just
Because he's not super familiar, which I'm surprised because we usually see it in every Eldlik deck. But I just noticed that Maren, due to the fact that he's playing Pot of Prosperity as well, he's not using the card, so it's understandable that he's just asking for a translation, and I will try to bring it up for you guys on the screen as well. So here it is. As mentioned, you can link summon this card by using 2 zombie monsters, and it's quite useful because it allows you to special summon a monster from your opponent graveyard. And he will try to just steal the Dragoon from his opponent. This is why we are seeing a Conquistador, not a surprise. He comes back and will deny any scam opportunity, I would say, from Joshua. Is this gonna be enough to win the game? Maren has managed to summon so many monsters right now, and we even see a Red Eyes on field, which is, I think, not usual at all.
And this is one of the grind game you really want to see when you play this kind of deck.
This is definitely the grindiest, and now we see the Pleiades, which once more another of the tools, incredible from Maren, who I think studied this deck from start to finish. Okay, and finally we see even another Golden Lord. So the 3rd copy of the Golden Lord, discarded alongside Prosperity to target possibly the last known card. So let's see. Is it the Droplet?
Yeah.
Okay. So Sanguine, the Droplet is chained. This might...
And once again, I think the Droplet is saving Joshua from losing this game. Maybe it's chaining the player this year. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Conquistador is chained.
So not a surprise at all. Conquistador is summoned, but there is no Golden Lord at the moment, just because of the order of things. Now we will use the Sanguine, and at the end of the chain, the Conquistador is sent back to the end. Little confusing, but now, as you can see, the Gustav Max eats the field, and it should be more than enough to seal the deal. Gustav Max wins one more, just like in day 1. Incredibly, the duel for Maren, who will be meeting Danilo in top 4. So congratulations, and we have the winner of round 2. Great things, back on the no game free train, but congratulations to Maren. It's been a fantastic duel, quite different from round 1. It was more of a back and forth combo match. Now completely the opposite. It was control, and I gotta say, let's first of all see what the bracket looks like right now. As you will see, we have the first top 4 match ready. It will be Daniel with his virtual world deck against Maren with the Red Eyes Eldrick. Yeah. What do you think?
I think that Maren is showing everyone that his deck can really beat every single other deck. So I think I would be scared if I were Daniel. Also because Maren showed us that with the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon he can easily beat all the competition. So it's going to be a very interesting match.
Absolutely, and they showed us that they know their deck very well. Daniel completely destroyed Danilo, even though it was a very back and forth. But in game 3, he showed that he can play through multiple entrops. But this time, he will be up against something completely new. He's not facing entrops, he's facing Red Eyes Dark Dragoon and actual traps. So torrential solemns, definitely a different approach. I do like Maren deck list and the way he showed us even here. In up until this point, I feel like he had a pretty easy time. So he summoned Dragoon against Paleozoics, and he summoned a Dragoon here in game 1. No opposition, easy game, just attack and win. But this game is the first time he's actually put in a tough spot, an actual grind game where he needs to take some good decision. But the highlight of this game must be the triple solemn change, which is definitely something cool to see in 2021. Regardless, thank you again, guys, for watching. As you could see from the bracket, we still have 2 more matches from the top 8, and we will be advancing soon to the top 4 and the final to declare the winner. Keep watching, and we will be back soon with round 3.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the Remote Duel Invitational. We are on day 2 and we just finished our first 2 top 8 matches. So we have our first top 4 ready. But now it's time to find out the other half of the bracket. What is it gonna happen? Who is gonna be the first player in the other half to advance to the top 4? We have a really spicy one for you guys. We saw yesterday that the brackets were actually quite different. On the left side, we saw a lot of the controlled decks, so Altergeist, Paleozoics, and a lot of just trap decks overall. While on the right side of the bracket, it was mostly combo decks, so Dragon Link and the deck that we have to talk about because it's the one coming up, which is gonna be Donovan LeBlanche playing the same deck we just witnessed winning. So it was the Red Ice Eldritch deck. So no surprise, we just saw how powerful it is. It completely destroying the opposition. But Christian proved us all wrong with his 49 cards Phantom Knight deck. It was crushing everyone yesterday. And what are your thoughts on it in general?
Yeah, I mean, with only 2 cards yesterday, he was able to put up a huge Rusty Bardiche and 3 or 4 interruptions. So it's kind of scary. And I think it's going to be a tough one because the Phantom Knight's Burning Abyss deck is very consistent. And as well, with the Thorn Scale, you actually can put up a huge field.
Yeah, once more, these guys proved us that they are not only capable of qualifying to such an event, because Christian went all the way down to the 2nd place, and is the only player remaining that qualified through the Italian qualifier. So in a way, we have to support him even more. But he's up against one of the French ones, and it will surely be interesting. But here we will find out who will it be to advance to the top 4. Is it gonna be the control deck? Is it gonna be the combo deck? Traps against monsters? Let's find out. Our players are ready, so let's go to the table. Okay, so here they are.
What do you think here? We were talking about how good the Phantom Knight deck is. Maybe could he have a slight advantage going first?
I would say this is one of the first matches where the die roll seems quite important, because having cards like Solemn Judgment and especially Torrential Tributes against the Phantom Knight decks would be, I think, completely different from having to fight back, especially because LeBlanche is not maining any entraps. So
yeah.
Okay, so a 7 from Donovan. Is it gonna be enough? It's the average roll for 2 dices. So
yeah, maybe we just a clarification for how many dices should be rolled here.
Yeah, it's possible that Christian doesn't have a 2nd one, but yeah, doesn't seem so. So, do you think if Christian picked up on the stream yesterday and knows that he's up against such a trap-heavy deck, he will change the ending board? Because like the traps are completely useless. I feel like usually he ended with Fog Blades, but
yeah, I mean the
Fog Blade, they are pointless.
Kind of deck. Yeah, I think he had enough time to study his opponent's deck. I mean, yesterday, I think maybe he could go for another combo because the Fog Blades are not good.
Wow, and once again, but the Ash, okay, never mind. So once again, the Red Ice player starting with the Fusion and the Ash, unfortunately, although in 49 cards, stops Donovan. 3 back rows are in the way, and now it's Christian's turn to prove to us if he can not only break a board, but fight through some traps. So let's see. The start is not the best, but he probably had the boots. Or no, okay, one of the level 3, so the Psychic Wheeler. And now, is it gonna be Cherubini?
Yesterday, Christian showed us that with only 2 cards, he can potentially put up...
He can do a lot, but he did not play against traps. And a strike here is quite bad, so... Tough times, sometimes we get ahead of ourselves and we just think a lot of the combos are cool to watch, cool to learn, but Donovan is just bringing us all back to old school Yu-Gi-Oh! And setting multiple traps and just showing you how they did it back in our days, I guess.
And now I think Christian really needs to find another way to continue his combo because he's going for gloves.
Yeah, usually you would be okay searching up for a Fog Blade or any other way, but right now, yeah, he's probably just gonna add the new Phantom Knight card for next turn, unless he has multiple other extenders. But
yeah, I think he knows what his opponent is playing, considering that yesterday he was on stream. So
he gets the boots and let's see if he has a further way. Maybe the Brigadine could be okay. Yeah, so Brigadine is a good way to continue. He will now be able to special summon the boots and go for a link summon. So
this is very good because Donovan really needs to
have
a
be
strike or a torrential, because otherwise Christian would be able to continue.
Yeah, but unfortunately the Cherubini is gone, and it means that the combos are quite limited, because the way you would do it is use Cherubini, send the Graph, get the Seer, and that's already the Rusty Bardiche plus the Cherubini back for the Seer. So without all of that, the potential for this deck is quite lower. Spider, maybe. Yeah, so Link Spider, it's the field, and it is used afterwards for a Link Shoe. He has Phoenix, he has a few other options, but he will go for the Predaplant at the moment.
Let's see if Donovan has any kind of interruption, because otherwise we would see Christian activating his own copy of Red Ice Fusion. And maybe we will see for a second time in a row.
Oh, wow, and it's a second copy of Strike. What a start from Donovan. Luckily, Christian had the Ash, because I think if he just started with Dragoon and 2 strikes, I think that would have been game over right away. Now all he needs to hope is that the set card is not a Sanguine, because that would get the advantage out of hand. But really annoying stuff here from Donovan.
And now, as you said before, maybe the Fog Blade doesn't even do that much against Donovan's deck. I mean, it's good against the other types of deck, but here...
okay, luckily it's not the Sanguine, so at least Donovan didn't open perfectly, let's say. And he needs to pick up a Cursed Eldl, and he does! Wow! Off the top, another incredible card, probably the best one when you are in such a grind spot, because every turn you get a +1 on your opponent. So he pays 800, and this is getting tough for Christian. We have yet to see this deck lose from Donovan, but let's see. He gets the Akero, which is so good against Christian's deck. Just being able to get rid of some of the resources in grave, it's amazing. So
looks like he's in total control of the game right now, and the Eldland for sure was the card he was looking for. Christian, Christian, on the other hand, is suffering because double Solemn Strike was maybe unexpected.
Do you think the last card in hand might be one of the 2 pieces of the fusion? It's like, what other cards would you not be setting or using?
Yeah, I think you could have one. Yeah.
Maybe it's a Dark Magician, one of the 2. Because otherwise, even the Golden Lord, I think you would have used there, like discarding it. So probably one of the at least vanilla monsters in his deck, but. Wow, even the Solemn Judgment. So basically, Donovan hand was Solemn Judgment, double strike, and the fusion. I don't think you could wish for more.
Donovan says no.
But I gotta mention that the life points are getting super low.
Yeah.
So maybe if Christian is able to just put enough pressure on the board, he might be able to steal this away, but. As we can see here, he gets a Fog Blade. We already mentioned Fog Blade not being that useful, so let's see if this will be enough to push for game. Well played by Christian here. He gets back the Torrent Scales, and that way he can discard nearly add Fog Blade, and maybe this could be enough, because he only needs to push 21.
Yeah, this is, I think he's considering it, because Donovan has the Aquero, so... he could maybe survive, but he has activated already three Solemns, so he's risking it.
Yeah, so he's showing his opponent the life points just to make sure that they are equal. With a lot of Solemns going on, you want to make sure you do the math right.
And Christian already proved us how good he is in playing this deck. I think he has been playing this deck for a long period now.
Yeah, he's probably the one who reminds me the most of Matteo, the winner of the last Remote Duel Invitational, because they are both playing unique decks, combo decks, and if that's the case, there is no one teaching you or showing you how it is done. You have to learn it yourself, and it means that the confidence must be through the roof. So yeah.
You know, he gets the silent put, and
yeah, he's just trying to figure it out because he knows the last card in his opponent field, which at the same time makes me think: would you have got the Aguero?
Yeah, I think he could have. Yeah, I mean, you have to consider that your life points are relevant because activating 3 Solemns means that you could get easily OTK'd.
Ooh, and the teleport as well. So he was hiding the ace under his sleeve, and this can change quite a lot because now he has access to the Christian too.
Yeah.
I think this is actually easy now from Christian. This is turning the game upside down, and we know that he's not playing Anthrop, so the card, as we mentioned, is most likely one of the Dark Magician or Red Eyes Dark Dragon. So
the Emergency Teleport is saving a lot of games for our players this week.
Yeah.
So yesterday we've seen how Virtual World managed to.
Ooh, and a throwback with one of the first XYZ's Levier. So.
Let's see when he comes back. Maybe the gloves. Okay.
Yeah. So now, I mean, you're confident if you're Christian.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, after getting Solemn 3 times, I would be really happy if I were Christian. So,
yeah, it seems like the opening from Donovan was extremely good, but the Ash, I think, completely turned the game upside down. He gave him a chance, and now with the Breaksword, I think this is game over. So. The Breaksword just gonna get rid of the Aguero, and I don't think there is anything that Donovan can do. Yeah, he picks up his cards, and Christian becomes the first player to defeat this deck with such a good show. So he's completely confident. He went second and faced Fusion and Triple Solemn. So
and he proved us once again that going second is not a problem for Christian, because this is the second time. For him defeating this deck, and so
tough. So now the Donovan is gonna take a look at the side deck, but he's also gonna be afraid because if you think about it, I struggle to think of a better hand that he could be opening. So you have Fusion, you have Judgment, Double Strike, and you lost.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the only piece he was missing was the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, but. Nothing to complain. I mean, he had a really good hand. He also top deck the Curse Eldland.
Yeah, the Eldland off the top was almost guaranteed to give him the game. I'm still considering though if the game would have changed if he got the Sanguine. Maybe it wasn't enough to OTK.
Maybe it was not enough. But we gotta give credit to Christian because he was able to play against 3 Solemns. So I think it's incredible because he managed to. To fought back and seal this first game.
So now we take a look at the side decks, and for Donovan, one thing I want to highlight is the spiciest card in the side decks this weekend, which is the Waking the Dragon. We already briefly talked about it yesterday, but it's gonna be quite relevant here because Christian is playing cards like Lightning Storm and Cosmic Cyclone. If that were to happen, if he hits one of his opponent back rows, then maybe the Waking the Dragon could be the card, and I think it's an instant game winner because you get to summon for free the Warrior from Another Planet.
Yeah, I think this is the main issue that Christian should be concerned about. And also because I don't think you have that many options against Phantom Net Burning Abyss deck, especially in this format, because all of the players are prepared enough to play against decks such as Virtual Wars, Zodiac Eldritch, and stuff like that. But against a deck like this, I mean, You have the Nibiru, which is very good. We have seen already yesterday hitting the Phantom Knight deck, but rather than that, I think the Awakening Dragon could save Donovan.
Absolutely. And he needs some help because Christian has come prepared. He plays evenly, Red Rebuke, Feather Duster, so he has a lot of absolutely perfect tools against his opponent.
And let's now see if Donovan finds once again
the fusion. Yeah. It doesn't seem so, but it's 5 back rows, and that's it. The most simple opening in Yu-Gi-Oh! But Christian has so many ways to punish him. He plays 3 evenly matched, RP Feather Duster, and he has it evenly. Is there a Solemn face down? Okay. There is, okay, so sign of relief from Donovan. But this still hurts because this is 4,000 gone in a blink of an eye, so... And there might be a second evenly too, okay. We move to Memphis 2, and this is now turned into a grind game where it's important for Donovan to find his Eldritch cards. If he only has traps, like Torrential Strike, as we saw in game 1, that's never enough, because Christian monsters are able to create advantage from the graveyard.
And do you think maybe Christian sided in the Barbar? Because I think he could be good against this deck by the moment that he plays a lot of Solemns.
I mean,
it would be fine.
Maybe, but it's a little of a bet. It's very early in the round. There are still 36 minutes remaining, so I would be surprised if he put that in, considering he only plays 2 Burning Abyss Masters in the main deck. So let's see. And here is one of them. There is not a Solemn Strike on the Cherubini this time, but a Summon Limit. Wow. This is one that hurts. Absolutely. So this shuts down pretty much the entire deck.
Yeah, this hurts a lot. Because Christian cannot now special summon any other monsters.
Yeah. Tough. And now he will just get a card back. Using his Phantom Knights, but he's also kind of stuck with the Cherubini, which now doesn't have much to do. He's stuck under the summons, and the problem is that Christian doesn't play many ways to get rid of the summon limit either. He only has 2 copies of Cosmic Cyclone, and if Donovan now has something like a Sanguine, this can get out of hand.
Yeah, because looking very good for Donovan, because the evenly match might have hurt, but he had this Judgment. And if Christian doesn't find a Cyclone or an RP Feather Duster, I don't see an easy way to get rid of the summon limit.
But let's see. Again, I think it's on Donovan. The pressure is on him to find one of his trap cards. He does have it, so once again an incredible opening from Donovan. But the Ash can punish this play. Wow, and the strike. Whoa, what an opening. So Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment, Summon Limit, and the Sanguine. So again, pretty good things from Donovan. This deck proving to be one of the most consistent, being able to put pressure and annoy your opponent. And I don't think he even needs to top deck anything. The fusion would be probably the best, but outside of that, he's in full control at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would be happy if I were Donovan, because if I draw a trap card, it's fine, because I have the Sanguine in the end phase, and if I really top deck a Red Dice Fusion, that would be the dream, but I mean, looks like it's looking very good for Donovan.
Absolutely, so we might see another game 3 this time. Still early to judge, but for now he will switch his Golden Lord and push some damages. So among the best top decks, for sure, the one that comes to mind is RP's Feather Duster.
Yeah.
But do you get the Arquero here or the Conquistador? They both have merits, I guess.
I think I will get the Conquistador here, just to be sure, you know. There's not an easy way to get rid of the Golden Lord in this spot. Also because in the graveyard there's only the Graph that really matters.
Yeah.
So I will get the Conquistador.
Makes sense. Let's see if he agrees. He does. So Conquistador is set up. And I think We really need unevenly or an RP Feather Duster from the top from Christian to change this game around. Let's see if he can get it.
No.
Card is drawn.
Maybe we'll soon consider if he can come back, because otherwise...
and it is something that he's using. So let's see if it's actually one of them. It's probably a monster, though.
It's on scale.
Okay, so it's Dark Scale, and I mean, he's gonna try his best to work with what he's got. Again, there are 32 minutes left, so no need to give up yet. You can always rely on a mistake from your opponent, but Donovan is good enough, and I think that seals the deal. Donovan convincingly take this game with only 2 turns. The summon limit was unbreakable, but what really won the game was once again the Solemn Judgment, stopping the evenly matched. And it's 1-0. So game 3, one more time, and now it's Christian's side. He's free to combo. I think LeBlanc will finally have some hand traps for the first time.
I think he will side in the Nibiru as well as the evenly match, because I mean, getting second against this kind of deck is scary, especially if you saw what Christian can do with this deck. Because if you start things off with Tron Scale or Kagemusha, for example, with only 2 cards, you can put up a huge field. And I think he will side in the Nibiru. Oh, okay, an interesting card Christian is playing is the Drag It Down.
Yeah, Drag Down. A card we have seen in Goki format a while ago. Very unusual, but it's there to guarantee that your combo goes off. As we saw, any 2 level 3s guarantees the combo from Christian. So he's playing that to prevent Nibiru mainly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for him, as we can see, Donovan is siding not only Nibiru, but his friend Dimension Shifter, which we have seen yesterday in Madolce, but it's just as good in a deck like Donovan's. And I think if he gets it, it completely shuts down Christian.
Yeah, I think this is the card you really want to see in your very first turn, because I mean, at top of my mind, I think the Dimension Shifter really hurts a lot the Phantom Knight deck. So he plays with the graveyard. You know, every Phantom Knight activates in the graveyard, and it might hurt a lot. So he has quite a few options. So the Dimension Shifter, the Nibiru, also the Evenly Match is fine. But we will soon see if he happens to draw one in his starting end.
Yeah, so no matter what, we are finding out who the first player in the right bracket will be to advance to the top 4. So let's see. Again, there are quite different approaches. If it is Donovan, we would have quite a surprise, because we would have 2 Red Eyes decks advancing, but let's see if that will be the case. So
let's see if now Christian can show
final ends.
deck.
Dimension Shifter probably would be used pretty soon. Let's see. If he doesn't have an end trap, though, I gotta give the advantage to Christian, because we saw what his deck can do. And here is Tour Guide. First time we see it in action from Christian. It's a free off in his deck, not a surprise. He can do so much with just 1 card. So
Was good when we used to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a while.
Yeah, been a while.
And here is maybe the Shifter. Yes, wow. This is tough. This changes everything for Christian. The Shifter is there, but the Lancea is chained. Wow, what a... Okay, he cannot use it because it can only be used during your opponent's turn. So I think maybe he got a little ahead of himself here. So let's see.
I think the main reason why it's added in the Lancia maybe is because of the drop cards Donovan is playing. Yeah, maybe he thought he could have activated it immediately, but
yeah, it would be a shame because the idea on paper was correct, but
oh, yes, drag it down. This is nice.
Okay. Because unfortunately the artifacts are supposed to be used. Wow.
Yes, double Lancia.
This is quite tough. Ooh, but the Red Ice Dark Dragon is also in the end. So this is gonna be an interesting matchup. Donovan drew both Nibiru and the Shifter.
He has another copy. He has to drag it down.
Yeah.
No, I think if I were Christian right now, I mean, I would not be scared by Nibiru because he could play around it, right?
Absolutely.
So maybe you can get rid of the Aguero or the Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, the Aguero makes the most sense because he will be banished. So you need to turn this into a grind game.
Yeah.
Because now the plan is just end your turn. Like draw and end your turn. But I'm really confused about the Lanceas. Like maybe he thought that they were gonna be useful for like an evenly matched. I'm not sure.
No, maybe the thing is that he could have thought that Lancia could be used against the Shifter. It could be. Or, I mean, rather than that, I think that...
Christian showing us his impeccable manicure right now. But, yeah, outside of that, what makes the most sense is to just end the turn, I guess.
Maybe because he was carrying a lot of desires.
No. Okay, so the Lancia is used. I think it's also banished by the Shifter. But yeah. Okay.
I mean, I will not be.
Which I don't understand because I think it's gonna be beneficial for Donovan now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, if I were Donovan, I would.
It's pretty much a -1. Yeah, I'm getting confused by. I mean, he probably thinks that it was gonna be good for the bots. At this point, I think that's the only explanation. But now another drag it down. So this game is getting out of hand real quick. But this makes sense. He knows that the Nibiru is there, so he wants to get rid of the Nibiru now. Did he draw? Okay, Monster Reborn, I think.
Maybe they ran up, right?
Yeah, they rank up. Yeah, they rank up. So Nibiru is gone. And maybe we're gonna start seeing some normal Yu-Gi-Oh things in this duel for the first time. But he now knows that he has to play around some traps.
Yeah,
you know?
He has the Strike.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what Donovan drew for, because he doesn't know the other two cards Donovan
It's
has.
tough now because if you go for Cherubini, what do you do?
The Cherubini maybe here.
Not sure. It's
not easy because
I mean, you can really just try and push the most damage you can. This is literally how Christian won game 1. He was behind in terms of advantage, but he just won because his opponent activated so many Solemns in this match. So let's see.
Does he want to activate the second card?
Wow.
Okay, he does.
Okay, drag down. Seems like he didn't find what he was looking for. And the same will be for Donovan, who basically has been showing his opponent the end of the entire duel. And it's a good pick again. So Extravagance is discarded. And now Christian, in a way, is doing his opponent a favor as well, because every drag hit down is essentially a minus. So what is he looking for? Probably a Phantom Knight would be great. But the other back rows are worrying me. So it seems like he's, as I said, unfortunately...
he knows that his opponent is playing Summon Limit, so that might hurt. Okay. He finds a Phantom Knight.
Boots is okay. At least it gives you some resources, but... The land... Ooh, Torrential. So, Torrential Tribute Earths. This means that even if you summon a Seer, then it doesn't do anything. Because Christian is not playing BA. Christian is just playing Cherubini, and the Seer is completely useless. It's just a 1600 that can push some damage. And you cannot use it for other purposes. So I think Donovan is in a great spot at the moment, and I'm slightly confused just by those 2 artifact Lancia being sided in by a deck that at the end of the day is a combo deck, so you don't even want to side too many cards in.
And he also drew all of them, all of the copies. So
yeah.
Yeah, I maybe thought it was a good choice to set them in. Although, I mean, by going first, you don't see that very often, especially by a deck that is a combo.
And as expected, unfortunately, all he has to do is this, and I don't know. Yeah, just pray that a 1600 are gonna get you there. For now, it seems like Donovan doesn't pick up another pot or another way to push, but as soon as he will get any Eldritch card, I don't see this going well. The clock is not ticking that fast either.
Yeah.
But let's see. Yeah, I think you just attack and pray. This is turned into a desperation battle where Donovan just prays that he can get a fusion or any Eldritch monster or...
Yeah, I mean, of course, Edland, he has a lot of cards.
He has so many draws. And this takes 4 turns to win, meaning the chance is so low for Donovan to be able to lose this way. So.
Yeah, I think he's at the bottom phase and just deal some damage.
He's contemplating a lot.
Okay.
Okay. He doesn't feel that way, so the seer is gonna be destroyed. Whenever it's instantly, so...
Yeah, he's risking it because he knows that Donovan has the Solemn Strike.
Yeah.
So sooner or later we will soon see Solemn Strike being activated by Donovan. I think here
we are just gonna see if he sided in the Barbar, but doesn't seem so. And this way he will try and use the boots, but I don't know what he's going for, because if he goes for the boots, add something and discard it for the scales.
He's Ice Dragon Prison.
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
This is huge.
Wow, this is a blowout. Dragon's Prison, amazing card on his own, shines even more in this specific matchup. So, seems like the deck from Christian has found his opposition and the extravagance is picked up. Tough times. Donovan with the control deck again, showing what he's doing to his opponent, but...
And now Donovan is really hoping to draw, you know, an Eldland or a Dice Fusion, and that will put him very forward in this game.
Yeah. Let's see if he can finally pick up any card to play with and not to just interact. But the problem is that now, even just cards to interact with your opponent are good, because you are 6 cards against 1. Exactly. So the advantage is a +5, which is unbelievable. And again, the only thing stopping Christian, I don't see his perspective here. Just literally the only chance is that Donovan doesn't pick up anything. And the Sanguine, I think, is enough to guarantee him the spot in the top 4. So let's see just how he will manage to do it. So
yeah, this is what Donovan was hoping for. Christian tried his best with what he had, and we have to say it was very unfortunate at drawing into 3 Lancias, because they were very not useful.
Yeah, unfortunately, the drag down, he basically drew all of his side deck. But yeah, here, the Aguero even to just push more damage, banish one of his opponent cards, the rank up. Does he even have the Conquistador? No, but the advantage is through the roof. Yes, right now it's like 7 cards against 0, and I wouldn't want to be in Christian's shoes. It still showed up another Ice Dragon Prison. Wow. Gonna get something from the grave. Gonna go for a Link Summon. Just wants to push as much damage as possible. Yeah, I think he was a little too fast on that. Maybe he thought that there was a warrior and he could have just banished both cards, but... So Donovan just has to play calmly. I know he's getting super excited. He's already seeing the prize card in his hands, but he needs to stay focused and not give his opponent any chance, because right now he's the one in the driving seat and deciding completely the pace for this match.
Yeah, it needs to be calm and doesn't have to be so excited, because the game is far from over, but is in total control.
Yeah, no, as long as he doesn't mess up and he plays his cards right, I think there is no single top deck from Christian deck that can save him. But I didn't like this Ice Prison.
Yeah,
I think it was quite wasted.
Maybe you could get rid of both the tour guide and the models. Yeah.
For now, he just banishes the Arquero, get the Conquistador or another copy, and it seemed like he's done.
I think he's now entering end phase. Yeah. And he also has the Solemn Strike, so...
Yeah, we know that the face down is the card revealed from Drag Down at the beginning of the duel. So with the Strike, 2 traps, I think literally maybe only they evenly matched to get rid of some advantage, but outside of that, I don't see it. So probably just evenly matched off the top, and even then, it's not really winning you the game. It's just buying you some time, I think. Let's see.
I think Christian, will maybe try, to maybe... Do you activate the strike here? No, I don't think there's...
No, you have so much.
Point,
there is no reason to.
He sends the cloak, and in our response we strike. Okay.
Makes sense. So again, really doesn't want to risk it at all, and
now Christian is only left with 1 card. So
it's a danger, and he has seen enough. So. Well played by both of these guys, but the one who will advance to the top 4 will be Donovan LeBlanche. So congratulations to him. He is the winner for this round. Another great match once again. And once again, I gotta say the Red Ice Eldritch deck showing up strong. It's by far the deck with the highest win rate this weekend. Only 2 players brought it, but both of them are in top 4 now guaranteed. So incredible show by the deck. There is a chance that they will even meet in the finals because they are in the opposite side of the bracket. But again, congratulations to Christian too. He showed up with pride, bringing his own deck, a unique one. No one else brought it this weekend, and I have not seen around in the qualifiers either. So you gotta give credit to him. But in the end, his opponent just proved, even though in game 1 he was the one to actually fight back. So we had an incredible start.
Yeah, I mean, starting things off with 3 Solemns, the Cursed Saddle, and the Red Dice Fusion. Christian was able to fight back and win the game. So
yeah, we really wouldn't have bet on it, but the Ash on the Red Ice Fusion gave the game to Christian. And I gotta say, at the time he had the advantage. We thought, okay, he won game 1 with outside the cards, and now it's gonna be easier. But game 2, he didn't have much of a chance. He tried his best to stay in the game. But I gotta say, the one that was the most surprising was game 3.
Yeah, for
sure. It was the first time in the event that Christian got to go first. His opponent, unfortunately for him, opened with a Dimension Shifter, which shuts down his deck. But from there on, a little bit of confusion in the side deck. We see 2 copies of Lancea, 2 copies of Drag Down. And Lancea against his opponent deck was not doing much. He tried to chain it to the Shifter, but of course that wasn't possible. And from there on, he pretty much had no way to play the game at all. He had such a disadvantage, and congratulations to Donovan. But now, guys, Thanks again for watching. We have only a few more matches to show you, and the next one coming up is a pretty important one. We are gonna find out who the opponent for Donovan LeBlanc will be in the top 4. It's the last match in the top 8 for the day, so keep watching, stay tuned, and we will be back soon with round 4.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, Freezing Chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back once again to the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. We already showed you guys some incredible duels for today, but we have our last match for the top 8, and we're gonna find out who will be the last player to advance to the top 4. I think we have ahead of us one of the most hyped up matchups from yesterday.
Yeah.
We don't want to take anything away from the other competitors, but after the top 16 was done yesterday, our comment live was that the guys who impressed us the most with their plays were Marco Sanchez, who is piloting Virtual World, and then it was his opponent, Alex Robertson, with the Dragon Link deck. They were both put under pressure. They played even against Dursun, who was the favorite just because of his accomplishments, but they were flawless.
Yeah.
Now they are unfortunate already one against the other, and they gotta claim one last spot. That's how it is. Sometimes you gotta just play against the best and find out who will advance. The matchup is, again, as I said, an interesting one. We saw how the Virtual World deck can go from a combo to a control grind. It has a lot of tools, but Alex is just going all in.
Yeah, I mean, because on one hand, we have Marco, who showed us yesterday to clean up a field of like 10, 11 cards.
Yeah.
Because he was playing against Madolce, he had a perfect hand. And he managed somehow, to pilot his deck perfectly. And on the other hand, we thought maybe Adrian Dursun was, the most accomplished players for this event. Completely was shut down by the Dragon Link. So
yeah, it's definitely an interesting approach. And although they are both playing, trying to combo off, they play Entrops in the main deck. So I think it's gonna be interesting. But I would say that's enough with the talk. So let's just jump into the table and find out who will be the last player to advance to the top 4. Okay, so here they are. Once again, the die roll shouldn't be too important in this matchup, just because they play so many Entrops. But it's also pretty interesting because I think Calamities does hurt a lot if you're playing Dragon Link.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. And the thing I'm considering now is that Alex already played against Adrian Dursun yesterday. Was playing Virtual War, and it showed us that going second. I mean, he was able to deal not only with True King of All Calamities, but also with the SHUEISHA, which actually protects the True King of All Calamities from being destroyed,
Yeah.
And so I think Alex really knows well his deck. And I think it's a valid choice for this event as well. Do you think here the die roll is important? Because yesterday Alex...
Yeah, not that much,
yeah.
But I think Marco did manage to win it, if I'm not mistaken. So he will try to set up SHUEISHA alongside, or maybe no. Let's see. The end gesture is a little confusing, but I thought that Marco won the die roll. So
yeah, maybe Alex is starting here from the end.
Yeah, it seems like Alex is gonna be the one starting, meaning he will try his best to probably set up like Erratic Spheres, Savage, as many interruptions as possible, as well as no way. No way. Wow, what a way to start. Alex with one of the most explosive decks, unfortunately bricks. He only sets one, which is probably the Dragon Maid Tiding, and doesn't have anything. Wow.
It's very unfortunate because yesterday I think we saw like breaking twice maybe, like the Virtual War deck or like the Dragon League. They have so many different options to start things off. I mean, you have the quick launch, you have the cow space, you have a lot of monsters, so you have a lot of extenders. This is something that you don't usually see. And he also set a card. I don't think, maybe did he draw the Tiding?
Yeah, probably just the Tiding. It seems very, very unfortunate for him. Heartbreaking, I would say, to lose this way. On the other hand, instead, Marco starting up strong with the Prosperity. So I think he's super happy right now. Like literally, he needs any playable hand. Yeah, he gets whatever piece he's missing. He will be able to get. He does get the city, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he has all of the options available. The thing is that he didn't take the gamma.
No,
so I think.
He must be expecting some end drops.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I really cannot think of many cards that would grant Alex such a terrible start. So he might be expecting some Lancea, some Ash, but Lancea is not coming down. So
yeah, but I think if Alex had Lancea, maybe he would have shotgun it, considering that he knows what his opponent is playing.
Let's see. Okay, one of the end drops is revealed from Alex, is the Ash Blossom. But let's see if that is enough to push Marco down. Yes, the Lau Lau, decent.
Yeah, this is fine. Maybe he didn't add the gamma because he was missing.
Yeah, he needed the face up for sure. And now the Queen Long happens.
And now it's very good because he can add a GG if he really wants to, or.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter much. Either way, he will be able to push some damage, potentially set up a Calamities, and at the end of the day, he just needs to be taking advantage of Alex, because Alex relies on his top deck, so if he fails, this game is already over. And if he's relying on his top deck, then you also get to know what he does, because it's pretty easy to get a read on him then.
Let's see what he has. Very unfortunate for Alex. Yeah, he's not considering it, but I think it's gonna be either the GG or the Lily. Yeah, he gets the GG.
So he gets the GG. Not a surprise again.
Yeah, he gets rid of the Lulu because in the end phase he will
get it back regardless. Yeah. So doesn't matter much.
I know this is very good because he knows his opponent is playing Dragon Link, so I think a Shenshin could be good, but he has a lot of options.
Okay, he changes the level right away. So he wants to go for Beatrice maybe? Or no, already the M7.
This is interesting, yeah.
So yes, he attacks.
Maybe because he wanted to
go for Zeus?
No, maybe because, on one hand because of the Zeus, and on the other hand because maybe for the Chuche, you know? Because now he has to valid targets. Okay, gets back the GG.
But he could have done it in a lot of other ways. I'm considering if the Zeus is really better than the Calamities. I'm pretty sure he could have gone for it, but okay, Marco thinks this is better, and seems a little weak because Alex has a lot of pickups. Probably Cow Space would be one of the best one to get. Let's see if he's finally able to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! This match.
Yeah, he really needs to find one good card, because otherwise he's in trouble. Okay.
And it is. Okay, so we finally called something positive for one of our players. It is the Cow Space, discarding the Brotor. And now he can try and break his opponent board. I don't think he's playing a Gamma as well, so maybe there is a chance to push forward.
Wow.
But the Lance as well from from Marco. That's tough. Wow.
This is one of the reasons why most of the players are main decking Lancia instead of Nibiru. Because you basically have a direct access to it, and it basically stops your opponent.
Okay. And now the World Legacy spell comes down. We'll bring back the Brotor potentially.
I think he can activate the Chuche, which I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Choice, right? He does. Well played by him. You don't wanna prevent the Brotor from being there, but let's see if Alex can find a way out of this game.
Yeah, we know the Wyvern Buster, and he has another card, so...
Yeah, I think he's just ending his turn, hoping that his opponent gives him another. And that it is. So Marco get his hands on a freshly drawn card. He has all of his setup from last turn, and I would be surprised if the game will not be ended right here, right now. So for Marco to advance and be only one game away from the top 4.
Yeah, he really only needs to deal 5300 damage here. Yeah, against the Lily, he has the GG. He doesn't even have to matter that much about the Nibiru because, you know, you don't need the 5th summon. I think we will soon see Marco seeding game 1.
Yeah, so here he even send the other trap to the graveyard, and he doesn't want to risk anything. He just moves to the battle phase, attack, and claim game 1. What a way to start. Alex won the die roll, which felt like it was somewhat important, although not much. And he bricked, which is heartbreaking to see, but sometimes it happens, it's part of the game, and Marco will gladly take that. So now it's on Alex to decide if he wants to start again and side some of his options. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he has quite of interesting option. He has the Quackimero Drago, which is very good. And I think he could also side in Impale Order or Anti-Spell Fragrance, which we haven't seen. I mean, it's quite a good card against the Virtual World because it stops your, it stops your strategy basically because you cannot activate any of your spell cards.
Yeah, they're definitely both annoying, and there are multiple ways to abuse of them. But I think he's gonna be really afraid of siding too many cards because he already bricked and he doesn't want that to happen again. So. What do you think Marco instead is gonna side in? His side is looking super strong.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Marco has Dark Clover No More, which is, I think, is the best card against the Dragon deck. I think it's the most scariest card. And maybe the Nibiru.
He has so much. I feel like just by looking at the deck, he has Dark Clover No More, Nibiru, Ghost Ogre, Lightning Storm, Troll and Lock. Like, he could literally side the 12 cards if he feels like it. So I think Marco, by clutching that game 1 win that way, he could really run away easily with the series just because he didn't really get to play the game in game 1. Yeah. He won it just because of bad luck from.
Yeah, this is something that don't really happen often in this format because. Playing a lot of Extender gives you a lot of possibilities to make your combos, and yesterday we saw Jamie breaking with Virtual War, which was very unfortunate. And now we have seen Alex, so hopefully we will see a good start from Alex in this game 2, and we will for sure see him start things off. And as you said, you don't really want to side in many cards, because otherwise you actually could go into an oversight decking.
Yeah, so we'll see. But for now, let's focus on what's happening, and hopefully Alex will finally be able to show us some Dragon Link combos. Let's see. Good luck to both of them, and yeah, I think there is one more card in Marco's hand, so you gotta be careful that he...
Yeah, I didn't see his end, so I think they will just, let Marco put one of his cards in the deck.
Yeah, so unfortunately and thankfully for him, Marco did not shuffle his deck, because otherwise this could have been a painful one. It would have been a game loss for Marco, and if we would have jumped right into game 3. But I mean, it was all on camera, so we could easily see which card was the 6th one, and without panicking, the duel is resumed. So Alex seems confident now, probably the end looking quite better, and it is Cow Space. But unfortunately with the Collapse Serpent, so not that great actually.
Yeah. This is something that you don't really want to see in your start again. I mean, the Cow Space is phenomenal, but drawing to Collapse Serpent is not optimal. Imagine drawing to Collapse Serpent or Evermaster.
Yeah. And now this makes it so that the Cow Space thankfully can shuffle back as you're seeing here the collapse, and it's gonna allow him to draw a card. So let's see. Ooh, but the draw and lock, but only now.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe Marco.
But did he forget about it?
Yeah, I think he might have forgotten about it because maybe he wasn't thinking about the. Yeah, I'm really confused. If you go for the cow space, you just instantly drop the draw and lock. I don't see a reason why you would wait. Like he banishes some. Like you give him so much more. I really don't see the reason why.
You basically give your opponent one more card to call up certain. But now,
wow.
I think we were talking about this earlier.
Really? So usually the draw and lock is annoying, but not this annoying. And it seems like Alex maybe just drew again the anti-spell, I would say. So. Maybe anti-spell and some combo cards. Yeah. I think it's gonna be anti-spell. Okay. So anti-spell fragrance comes down. Let's see if Marco has a response for it.
I think Marco was not expecting Alex to play anti-spell fragrance.
For sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not that scary for the deck. Like, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I have very good memories with that.
Ooh, and as you can see here, that's bad. Yeah. The Lily is incredible here.
The Lily is huge. What does he have? Okay, yes, the tiding.
Okay.
Okay. This is good.
This is definitely good. Now essentially Marco is shut down, which is not surprising at all. He's forced to set you and pass. And now Alex has the biggest chance he has got in this match yet. Because the cards face down from Marco are most likely spells. He already used one of the hand chops. He really need to push the damage here.
Okay.
And he starts with a Brutor.
Yeah,
decent.
Okay, it's decent, yeah. At least he can put up a field, because, yeah, I mean, otherwise he didn't have that much.
No, this is good. He goes for Striker, he gets the field spell. Or maybe he has it already, because I'm not... He does not use it, wow.
Yeah, he does not use it, wow. Okay.
Does he already have it? Wow, that would be bad. Because it would mean that was the top deck for the turn.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I'm sure he would have set it alongside the Fragrance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it seems like he top decked the field spell. Quite an unfortunate outcome. Or maybe he's just playing around the draw and lock number 2.
It could be, yeah.
Could be as well. Maybe he's just playing it safe, playing around the second draw and lock in Marco's hand.
Okay, he's entering battle phase just, to deal some damage.
Okay, now this is the problem with Marco's play last turn. Because of the draw and lock not being used immediately, now Alex is able to get the Collapse Serpent back and to push forward with his play. But okay, seems like Hieratic Spheres is gonna be the last card placed by Alex, who unfortunately misses a phenomenal opportunity to push. And I'm afraid now for his life.
Yeah, because I mean, if he has the field spell, I think he will set it now, right? Or maybe he just didn't want to miss on the Wyvern Buster, so maybe he was scared.
Yeah, or on the Gamma, not sure, but I don't see this being enough. And Marco now has potentially some pots face down, city. He has so many cards he can use. And even the city will be great because it forces out the Hieratic Spheres immediately. Yeah. Let's see what these face downs are for Marco.
I'm thinking about what could be what Alex could have on the other set card. Maybe another anti-spell, I don't know.
Okay, so Nyan Nyan again on the field. Okay, just entering battle phase. Attacking.
I like it. I mean.
So the Brutor is gone.
Yeah, the Brutor is gone. Yeah.
Are we gonna see the Koakimeru Drago? What do you think?
I think it will be very interesting. Yeah.
Or maybe just a Tracer. I don't know.
Tracer, yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see if he gets it.
The Drago is annoying if he summons it, but at the same time, Alex needs some resources of his own, so probably the toughest decision Alex has to pick here in this match for now. But let's see what he thinks.
Yeah, it's considering it. It's not a.
Yeah,
it's not
easy. It's not easy. Because on one hand you wanna summon the Kokimeru Drago. On the other hand, yeah, you wanna get the Tracer. I can't blame him. Like, one is saying, me and my opponent are not gonna play the game.
Yeah.
But how do you win? This is the winning play in a way, but it's also risky because depends on what's face down for Marco. In main phase 2 he can do so much.
Yeah, here maybe Alex, if he has another targeting, it will be good, because otherwise he's maybe hoping Marco doesn't have that much going on in his back row, but he has the Chuche, which gives him direct access to
and he can go for the Lily. Yeah. What do you think the other card is gonna be for Alex?
If Alex has the either a Xinglong or a City, that would be very good. But yeah, I think because otherwise we would have seen maybe a Port of Prosperity being played before by Marco.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Here comes the Xinglong, and it's looking good now for Marco.
Yeah, I'm not even sure you are able to use the City in this spot. So
yeah.
Now the Lulu is headed to the end. The advantage is getting out of hand.
Doesn't look like Alex has any kind of response.
Teleport is discarded, most likely the top deck of the turn for Marco. And now, again, Lulu.
And if he wants to, he can also destroy the anti-spell fragrance, but he doesn't have to, because, you know.
No, it's actually beneficial to him.
And now brings back the Nyan Nyan. He has a lot of different options. He could special summon the Stardust Charge Warrior if he really wants to, and then have access to M7.
Yeah, but the lower cards there are, I feel like the better it gets for the Virtual World deck. As we said it's considered wrongfully a combo deck. But it's quite far from being a combo deck, and it was one of the reasons why Adrian Dursun brought it yesterday. Just because he can perform the grind game as much, it has infinite kind of resources, and
yeah, the thing is that you have this continuous recycle, and you have so many different options available that you have the chance to deal with a lot of your opponent cards. Okay, he had another anti-spell fragrance. Okay,
not
just
a surprise.
in case, you know.
Again, quite an unfortunate end from Alex, to be fair. Opening double fragrance is not what you want with a combo deck. I gotta say, kudos to him due to the fact that he wasn't afraid after breaking game 1 of siding his strategy. Sometimes you see players getting ahead of their emotions and just wrongfully side because of what happened in game 1. But unfortunately for him, he did open up once again the only too many cards, let's say, that they were not doing much. And now Marco is playing for the cake. So
here comes the True King of all calamities. He also has the Chuche, so I mean it's going to be very hard for Alex. And we still don't know what the other Spell Trap card from Marco is.
Play is back on his opponent, and he activates calamities. You use the Tracer, but what can you even do afterwards?
Okay, it's not done yet.
It's stuff. He's just playing it. Like, he doesn't know. Maybe there is any Biru, stuff like that. He just doesn't want to risk it all. But once more, when Marco is given the chance to grind, he is able to grind and just keep his focus. When he's given the chance to combo, just look at this. He knows every combo almost to perfection, and I think it's the first time ever we could possibly see even double calamities on screen this weekend, with so many cards banished as well for SHUEISHA. So
yeah, I mean, very well played by Marco here. He got rid of basically every single card of Alex, and we might see a second Drinking of all Calamity as well.
Yeah, the thing is, the Calamity is already activated, right? So the Tracer should not be able to
unless
to activate. Yeah.
Correct.
So the judges immediately pick it up, or maybe even Marco himself, and here is the second true king of all calamities, which comes down. Alex is left top decking. His anti-spell fragrance is now a problem for himself, and I think he has seen enough. Unfortunately, he picks up his cards, and the winner for this match and the last player to advance to the top 4 is Marco Sanchez. Congratulations to both. They were, as expected, showing up some very good knowledge in their decks and some passion, but gotta feel sorry for the beginning of the match. It happens sometimes to just throw the unfortunate hand, and Alex couldn't do anything. Game 1 he bricked. Game 2 he was met with some responses from his opponent, but he drew double anti-spell fragrance, which really didn't advance his gameplay, and I feel like he just lost to himself and to his own deck rather than what Marco incredibly still showed up. I feel like he's the most impressive we have seen with Virtual once more. But the most important things, guys, is that we are all set for the top 4. So let's bring up the bracket for you guys. As you can see, we are already completed all our top 8 matches, and this is what we have left. 3 more matches for you guys, the top 4, and then we will go straight to the finals. I'm sure these guys can now have a sign of relief. They already won a prize card, and they are showed up that they are among the best 4 players in Europe at the moment. But what's more surprising to me is the decks that we have left. As mentioned, Daniel Hartmann is playing Virtual World, and he will be facing Maren and his Red Eyes Eldlik deck. And it is the exact same thing for the other top 4. So Donovan with his Red Eyes Eldlik against Marco and his Virtual World. So same matchup. Is it gonna be the same ending? Is it gonna be a different one? We're gonna find out. We might have a mirror match in the final, or maybe we're gonna have the best of each advancing and then meeting up again. So I'm pretty excited about what we have left to show you guys. Keep watching, and we will be back soon with the first top 4 match.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, Freezing Chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here finally for you guys. After a lot of duels, 2 days of dueling, we're down to the last 4 remaining participants. So the first semi-final is the one that will be coming up shortly. And it is incredible, as we were witnessing that at the beginning of the tournament, we had 16 players bringing different decks. 6 of them were using Virtual World, but only 2 of them were using Red Eyes Eldlik. After a while, now both of the Red Eyes Eldlik are in top 4 in different sides of the bracket. And the matchup for both semifinals is the same, as it is gonna be against Virtual World. On one side, we are gonna have Daniel and his Virtual World deck showing up strong, and on the other side, Maren and his Red Ice deck. What do you think here?
Maren proved us that he can always have, the Red Ice Dragoon. This means that he puts him always forward into the game, and his deck is really consistent. I mean, I don't really see him struggling during the match. So
yeah, I would say it's on the Virtual World guys, so or on Daniel and on Marco, to prove us that the Virtual World deck is worth the hype. Because at the moment, I gotta say, the victories that were the most impressive and without many difficulties were the one from the other deck. So without further ado, let's find out who will be the first finalist for the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. And let's jump to the table. Okay, so as we can see here, interesting matchup, and I'm pretty sure Maren wants to go first. We saw it just with how many Solemns he plays.
Yeah, it showed us that the Solemn package is very important, but at the same time, when he goes second, he doesn't feel like he's struggling, to come back into the game, because he always has a lot of traps that helps him facing his opponent. And on the other hand, he's relying a lot on the Red Ice Dragoon, who's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah. And it's also worth mentioning that in his interview, Maren said that he wanted to play against Virtual World because he feels like his deck doesn't suffer the calamities at all. So it will be interesting to see, even from Daniel, because if you know you're playing such a deck and you go first, then is it even worth it to go for calamities? That's the main question.
Yeah, that's right. I think Daniel begins the duel, but as you were saying, considering that the True King of all calamities is good, but not incredibly powerful against the Red Ice Elite deck, maybe you just have to consider that, I don't know, you don't have to rely only on the True King of all calamities, because Maren is playing like the Solemn Strike or the card a lot. But the Red Ice Dragoon will be a huge problem as well.
But okay, for now, the opening is pretty good. Lily plus City is always nice to see, and the only problem I can see is the deck that Maren is playing. So I'm absolutely interested in seeing how Daniel will approach this. There are different ways to go for a combo. I think he sent the 2-2, right?
Yeah.
Which is the first time we've seen, yeah.
And maybe here he wants to find, something different, something out of the ordinary. I think he would go for the Chinlong maybe, and then he could go for the 2-2. Let's see.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Instead, Desires. Okay, Part of Desires is the first time we have seen this card in the list being activated. Usually it's the Prosperity, but he's playing both, and let's see. It's a risky, high risk, high reward play. But to be fair, the main deck, as I'm looking at, plays a lot of free offs. And with the SHUEISHA being already guaranteed on the field, then the risk is even lower. And I do like it. So
yeah, I also like the fact that Daniel didn't want to risk to lose the 2-2 because he's only playing one.
Yeah, it's the only one that is a one-off in his deck. The rest is all free offs.
Yeah.
Even I would say the Nyan is a one-off, but I think he might have already got that in the end. So, and I like that he's discarding the Prosperity as well. It's useless since you already activated the Desires, and I might as well discard it to guarantee a combo. Now, this is probably one of the better openings of all weekend. But is it gonna be good enough against Red Ice? That's the only concern I have.
Yeah, because once again here you can go for sure for the calamities, but we don't know if it's enough, because one way to deal with Maren deck is for sure having an interruption for the Red Ice fusion, because otherwise you will have a lot of problems. But maybe Daniel will make an alternative move.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we gotta find out what's gonna happen here. The thing is, if you leave multiple big monsters on the field, I don't think Maren has a clear way of dealing with them. Like the torrential is there, but of course it's not directly able to do it. So
yeah,
maybe
we haven't seen a lot of times Maren facing big monsters this weekend because he played against Paleo, and in the previous tournament he completely, he had a lot of traps and he was able to win thanks to them. So maybe he could have some problems with them. Okay, he goes for Beatrice, which is very interesting because as we were saying before, he's actually trying to do something different out of the ordinary, and yeah, I like it. I really like this move.
I think he's he's probably gonna try and do something quite unusual, where you get back one of the end traps, which maybe against this deck makes sense, because if you stop, we have seen it previously in the match against the Phantom Knight deck, that if you manage to Ash Blossom the Red Ice Fusion, then the other cards are not really too concerning. So that might be the play in here, and I think it's
I like this.
It's
play.
Unique one.
Because now you could either go for Stardust Charge Warrior, because like you will get a draw, and then you could overlay the Stardust Charge Warrior in the Lao for the M7 if you really wants to. And I think it's a very good move.
Yeah. The thing is, you get to draw now because you
maybe it's on the Juju instead. Okay.
Because usually the problem is you go for Prosperity and then you're stuck in the turn, but this time he went for Desires instead, and he goes as predicted for the M7. So this is definitely an unusual play, but I gotta give credit to Daniel. This is exactly what we were talking about. The Calamities doesn't do much in this matchup. Daniel immediately understands it and finds a different opening. I think he probably studied this with his friends or alone, just how do I counter my opponent deck, and I think he has done a phenomenal job.
Ooh, okay, he also has the Qinglong, so he can banish one card in order to have an alive Chuche. And I think he's not missing anything, because he has the Chuche, he has the Ash, and very good opening from him. We said this before, the Calamities doesn't hurt a lot the Red deck, so
good job by Daniel. Let's see if it will be enough. And here you can see why this play was so rewarding. Oh, wow. What can you say? You can see the frustration in Daniel. I mean, he did his best. He played really, really well. But what can you do? Unfortunately, Maren had the one copy of Call by the Grave next to it as well, and
I think this is the only way to actually stop Daniel. Yeah,
there was no other way around, and it seems like now he's chaining up all the cards that he can to avoid the Dragoon from hitting too much.
So I think he chained the Beatrice and the Chuche
to destroy the M7.
To destroy the M7 and then sends the Qinglong. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's afraid of the Dragoon.
Yeah, so Dragoon is there, and once more gonna show us all how and why it is so powerful, and why we have 2 decks with Red Ice Fusion in the top 4.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. You really want to do the Red Ice Fusion, although you only played 3 copies, but if you got to see any of them, I mean, now there's a problem.
And I think he's not done yet.
Okay, he's gonna activate the effect.
Okay, so he wants to push even more, and it makes sense as you can then banish the Agero and just get right away what you want, so...
Very good start from Maren.
Yeah, probably literally the best you could have hoped for. I feel bad for Daniel because the opening was really smart, and I think very, very few people would have gone for such a line. So
yeah, we gotta give credit to Daniel. From the first moment he sent the 2-2, we understood that
the plan was gonna be different, but again, really well played by him. And such a non-linear way of reasoning is always something we like to see here. So we now get the Sanguine, and this start is tough from Maren, but this can easily turn into a grind game now.
And once again, Maren proved that going second for him is not a problem. It's getting very hard for Daniel also because he's left not with that many cards in the deck, considering that he activated the Desire, then the Beatrice, the Qinglong, so he really needs to be careful with his resources.
Okay, so now he goes right away for the Sanguine, maybe hiding a Conquistador face down as well, or another Aguero, so would seem like it, and let's see if that will be the case. Yeah, okay. As expected, Aguero comes down, will banish the Qinglong.
Wow, what a start. What a start from Maren. And let's now see if Daniel has some answers to this.
Yeah, it's not pretty, and getting rid of the Dragoon, it's a tough spot for every deck. But we saw how Daniel managed to overcome in the past some difficulties, so I'm sure he will try his best to do the same here. So. Let's see. What do you think is the plan, I guess, here to remove Dragoon?
It's going to be very difficult because here, I mean, it's not only the Dragoon, but Daniel already used quite a lot of his extra deck cards. So it's very difficult because now he's activating the teleport. This means that he really needs to have another monster in his hand, because he doesn't have any other Qinglong in the graveyard. Rather than that, I don't see any other easy way to get rid of the Dragoon.
Yeah, so let's see. Daniel looking for what could be an answer, but now we even see the Conquistador, which he discarded, meaning he probably has another. Yeah, wow. This is to be expected. As soon as I saw Dragoon discarding a Conquistador, I was pretty sure that face down there was another one, because it was his choice to keep the other one in hand, and this makes it so that Maren end was just the perfection. And yeah, as expected, Daniel has seen enough, and he picks up his cards. So now things get complicated and rough for him. Maren wins game 1, and I mean, you gotta stay focused. I think this is the point where you see the difference between an average player and a champion. Daniel, I think, has done incredible job in game 1, understanding what his different combos should have looked like and going for an Ash Blossom. I think he should repeat the same thing, not getting distracted by the fact that Maren drew the perfect combination to punish him, which was the one copy of Call by the Grave. So if that's the case, my money is still on Daniel to overcome his difficulties, but maybe he gets into desperate mode now.
Yeah, because he was very disappointed by Maren having the Call by the Grave. Because, as you said, he played pretty much perfectly. He wanted to do something different, something that was powerful against the Maren deck. And now, taking a look at the side deck, I think Daniel, I don't know. He has quite a few options.
He can add more removal.
I think the only combination of card was the Red Dice Fusion with the Cold Buy. So maybe this time it will go another way for Daniel. Let's see.
Okay, so Ends are finally picked up, and Daniel starts with double GG. So not exactly what he was looking for. But the problem is that now he needs to deal with Entrap. So in game 1, the combo was super efficient. I liked it. But it was also relying on the fact that he knew Maren made no Entraps.
Yeah.
Now Nibiru is there, Lancia is there, Ogre is there. So all of those cards completely destroy the combo that he was meant to do in game 1. So
Looks
I'm not
like
sure.
Lancia is not there.
yeah, at least Lancia is not there, but Nibiru punished the combo that we saw before entirely, because if you go for Beatrice then M7, you lose so much if you get Nibiru.
And I think at least here Daniel can consider to once again making something different. But yeah,
Okay.
he discards the Lao Lao.
And yes, the Lulu. So the Lulu can search for again, it's confusing because it depends in if he wants to try and go for the same combo as before.
Maybe here you get a Lily or
I think though it's
see.
the only thing, because if you don't, I think you have no plan whatsoever, because what are you gonna do, calamities and pass? Like that doesn't work. So I like that he's going for the SHUEISHA at least.
Yeah.
It's always useful against the deck of his opponent.
And now maybe, I mean, this is the third summon, so it doesn't even have to worry still about the Nibiru.
But he used the SHUEISHA in grave, meaning he can go for the Shen here.
Okay.
Oh, and that's it. So unfortunately, he doesn't feel like he can do much, and Daniel has a slightly weaker hand with the Shen. The start is once more great for Maren with the extravagance. Unless he banishes all the copies of the Dragoon, there is no real punish in his deck. Let's see.
Once again, Daniel started with a different start. So I mean, the Shen is good against this kind of deck. But the thing is, Maren doesn't want to banish all of his copies of Red Dice Dark Dragoon. Let's see here what he drew. Okay, he activates the Gondolor. As remind you guys that everything is banished.
Yeah, this is the main thing. We are gonna try to show you guys on the screen the Shen, which is not only a super useful effect to get back, but as you can see now, it was just destroyed, but it has a kind of like macrocosmos effect. But wow, what a start from Maren once more. The Golden Headland alongside the Golden Lord to just get so much advantage. I don't see this as being that well from Daniel. Do you ever just chain the SHUEISHA here?
No, I don't think I ever.
I don't think it does much.
Yeah. Now the problem is for Daniel is that Maren opened with 2 Curse Headland and the Golden Lord as well. This means that if he wants to, he can bring back the Golden Lord. And it's not easy. The SHUEISHA is alive, fortunately for Daniel, but yeah, you cannot activate it on the Curse Headland, because otherwise you're in trouble. And here gets the Aquero, which is going to be very good for the turn after, because if he wants to, he can banish the Shen.
But now this is so much advantage. He gets rid of the Eldland, gets the Golden Lord, search for even one more card. This is no Red Ice fusion, but it's a powerful start nonetheless.
Yeah.
So what we used to see back when the Golden Lord was released, I guess. This reminds me of the earlier version of the deck, but
yeah, a lot of traps, a control deck, and
still efficient.
Exactly. You keep recycling. You have a lot of traps, so every single turn you keep getting traps, monsters, and putting pressure on your opponent.
Absolutely. So now he gets the Sanguine.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. So maybe he already has both the Aquero, as we know, and the Conquistador. And what do you do if you're Daniel now?
This is very scary.
Yeah. He needs to fight back. Maybe he can get his hands on one of the side deck cards, like a red reboot would be really good here.
Yeah.
If he has it.
Because now Maren has the Aquero, so I think he would wait for Daniel's activation of Shen.
And first of all, the Shen will be activated, as you can see on the screen. The Aguero is getting chained, but no response whatsoever. I hoped a red reboot was gonna be there to give Daniel more of a fair chance in this game, but he will need to try and fight back with something else. So RP Feather Duster is the play though. Wow.
For the first time of the weekend, we
Finally,
see RP's Feather Duster being played. Finally, we got to see this card being played. Okay.
Yeah.
He activated Conquistador and he changed the Sanguine.
Absolutely. So finally, a really good option here from Daniel. This changes the matchup completely. So as you can see, gets rid of the Torrential Tribute 2, and wow, what a blowout! As expected, it was either the Feather Duster or the Red Reboot, which were the most powerful weapons that Daniel could have used to turn the game around, and luckily for him, it is working out.
And now he needs to find a way to deal with the two Golden Lords, but let's remind you guys that Maren has 2 cards in hand, so maybe he could have some sort of interaction. But at least Daniel doesn't have to face any trap for the moment.
Yeah, this is big, absolutely. He's free to combo off, and the thing is, he needs to OTK though.
Yeah.
He's gonna try his best to OTK here. Do you like that he played the Shen before, or should he have just played the Feather Duster right away?
No, I think he knew what he was doing, because he basically forced Maren to activate the Conquistador and the Sanguine. So in this way, I think he also has access to the Qinglong and he has SHUEISHA live. So
yeah, he has more cards banished as well for the SHUEISHA.
And now, I mean, he has a lot of options, so he can go for the Vermilion mech if he wants to.
Yeah, he's gonna try and push for game for sure. It isn't super easy to do, but the main issue being the attack position Golden Lord, because it cannot be destroyed. So it's a little tougher, but I'm sure Daniel can figure out a way to get rid of all the advantage. So.
Daniel was able to fight back. Anyway, the RP's Feather Dusters was huge. I mean, it's one of these cards that you really want to have, and let's say it's like if you play 4 Lightning Storm in your side deck, but it's even better. So.
And if that's gotta be the case, then you gotta give it to the OG and say that there are 4 RP Feather Duster, not a Lightning Storm in the side decks. But looking at this extra deck, what do you think is the main tool to get rid of this Golden Lord? Because it is not too much. Probably the M7 is the main.
I think it's the
main card.
Yeah.
So outside of that, it seems tough. And there is also a Tiras, which is something we have not seen often, and not at all yet this weekend.
Okay, he's now going for the last Virtual War, which I think is Lily. And I think he has plenty of solutions.
No, there is Nibiru. No. Oh my, oh my, oh my. This is rough, but wait, exactly. He activated it. Wow, yeah, I was thinking the same.
Did he forget about it?
Wow. What a shame here.
He maybe forgot about it, because otherwise, I think
yeah, the Sanguine seems
you don't
like
activate the Sanguine.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
If he didn't,
I think.
Wow, then Nibiru would have been just. But I mean, at least he gave us some emotions to work with. But yeah, luckily the Nibiru couldn't be activated yet. So Daniel is gonna continue to crush his opponent as best as he can. But yeah, that could have changed a lot that turn. So
yeah, because I think Maren did want to have some sort of defense because he was out of traps basically. But I think he didn't consider the fact that when you activate the Sanguine, you cannot special summon the Nibiru. So this might change this game because if he was able to activate the Nibiru,
yeah, this game would have been quite different. But as it is now, I think Daniel is doing a really good job at finding out how much damage he can push, and as predicted, the Ptolemy comes down.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Daniel. He has the Shenshin, he has the M7, and once again, he's not playing with Calamities because he doesn't need it. Yeah, unfortunately for Maren, the Nibiru cannot be activated.
Yeah, so Ptolemy came down. He has the Gaia in his extra deck as well, which he can use and then turn into a Zeus if that's not the case. And this is what we are seeing right now. So the Zeus, I think, just hit the field.
Yeah, because he attacked over the Golden
But
Lord.
as we know, it wasn't quite enough to win the duel yet. So now play is back on Maren. And he still has plenty of options. He has, I think, all the 3 different traps in his graveyard, which he can try and play with. Right now the Shenshen is an issue, and the Zeus as well. So it's tough to play. Let's say that he's playing with fire, but I'm not sure yet who will be the one who gets burned here.
That was very unfortunate for the Nibiru because now, yeah, he has a lot of traps in the graveyard. He has the Aquero, the Conquistador, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Maren, for the first time this weekend, gives up a game and picks up his card. So now we will move on to game 3. There is one more game with 24 minutes left, so plenty of time to decide who will be the first finalist of the weekend for the Remote Duel Invitational. Is it gonna be Daniel? Is it gonna be Maren? I think bets are open. It's gonna be a close one nonetheless, but finally now Maren plays first.
Yeah, we will see Maren playing first this time, and yeah, I think he wishes to see a Red Dice Fusion in his starting again. But considering the side deck, I think he has the Ice Dragon Priest, but no. I think the Lancia
has a lot of tools, and possibly even something from the past, which is the Transmigration Prophecy, which we haven't seen in ages, probably 10 years at least, which is a trap that can shuffle up to 2 cards from the graveyards, and it's quite annoying for Virtual World sometimes, so maybe we can see that, but mainly it is just the traps that he has in his main deck, so Torrential Solemns, Imperial Order. So if he gets his hand on one of them, he has even a lot of ways to negate a possible Feather Duster if Daniel picks it up again. So let's see.
I think Daniel is prepared enough as well by going second, because he has the Lightning Storm, the Arcus Feather Duster, the Red Reboot.
He has a few tools. I've seen more, but it's decent. The Pancratops is also okay. At the same time, it's risky because if they open the Dragoon, it is not that great. But if they don't open the Dragoon, then you risk not being able to special summon it because the only other monster is the Golden Lord, which if they go first, it's more likely to be summoned in the end phase.
Anyway, if I were Daniel, I mean, I will be very happy because it was a very tough game. Because in a certain situation, it looked like Maren had it, you know?
Yeah, so now, let's see. So, either way, we're gonna crown one of the finalists soon. So, who is it gonna be that advances to the final? Maren, once again. He always starts with either Extravagance or Red Ice Fusion, so he cannot be that unhappy with these opening hands. But let's see what he can get. So
he's hoping for a Red Ice Fusion here.
For sure, I think he will slam it on the table the moment he picks it up, and if he does, Daniel is gonna be in a tough spot. Is it gonna be? No,
Okay.
it's the Cursed Eldland. Pretty good start nonetheless, but
Yeah, I think we will see the start on opening by Maren. I mean, with maybe 3 or 4 trap cards, and hopefully some hand traps. Let's see. Wow.
ooh, and he has it. So what a start from Maren. The 3 best spells in his deck: Extravagance, Golden Eldland, yeah, the Cursed Eldland, and the Red Ice Fusion. Wow, Maren is extremely in touch with this deck, and yeah, this is I think the best possible start from the deck. Are we gonna see a set 4 with Solemns? Maybe yes. I think he is considering about how many cards to set. Wait.
Okay, the order of the cards. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Oh wow. So 3 set cards, and good luck, Daniel. So I think Maren has done the most he could to guarantee his top in the final. But a Lightning Storm comes down, okay? The Dragoon is gonna negate it. Is there gonna be another copy or something like a, you know, Feather Duster? There is Feather Duster. Wow, what a way! They're really pushing forward. I think no Solemn is there because he probably would have not thought about it. Wow, what a way!
What a match. We are
Shocked. Yeah. We thought Maren was done, and probably the same for him. Just look at their opening: Torrential, Dragoon, all of these potential cards, but Lightning Storm plus Feather Duster is just as incredible for Daniel, and yeah, the Feather Duster might be way too much.
I think both of these guys couldn't have asked for more. I mean, wow, triple tactics talent as well.
Whew. Okay,
Wow.
okay, Daniel. Now, don't do too much, and yeah. I mean,
Wow.
I'm getting shocked a little bit here. So if anyone missed it, the talent was used to take control and then normal summon the Lao Lao. But yeah, they're just checking out if the targets, I guess.
I mean,
But
I
now,
just-
yeah, Daniel is just going full speed. Look
He
at
also-
this,
wow.
playing super fast.
He also had Lulu. Ah, okay, because he had the
Yeah,
shape
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
Yeah, he's playing super fast, and you can see the frustration for Maren. Unfortunately, he doesn't even believe it. He's looking at this grave and thinking, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what more can I wish for? And unfortunately, that's what it is. So
let's see if Maren has an Ibiru maybe at this point, because it will be, I
Yeah.
think, the only card that will
maybe
save him.
Nibiru to just make this even crazier. Nibiru as the last card, maybe. But yeah, it seems like Daniel just knows whatever he needs to do to guarantee the final. He just now go for a Cloud Castle. Not the most usual line, but Calamities as well in defense. To use the effect.
Okay, because he didn't use the Lao Lao. Okay.
But why in defense though?
I mean, I don't know. Is he scared of, like... He activated the effect, so... He didn't even attack, right? So...
I mean, unless we missed like an attack from him, we'll see, I guess. But yeah, now the Lao Lao was normal summon, so he can use the effect from end as well. And he can go for the Cloudcaster normally, maybe, which he didn't use the effect of. Because he just summoned one and didn't use it, but I'm not sure if he has the GG to do so. Yeah, it's just checking if he can summon the other copy of the Lao Lao, and if he does so, then we might see Ptolemy once more, or Beatrice. Yeah, it's just checking out if he's able to.
Yeah, I'm just curious why he did summon the Calamities in defense. Because if he didn't have the battle phase, maybe he could have summoned in attack mode, you know, building some
Absolutely.
more
So
damage.
setting 1, thinking about the Golden Lord, the calamities will be used. But if he finds a lot of back rows, I think he's still in a decent spot.
Yeah.
Which could be the torrential tribute, for example.
Yeah, he needs to be careful because Daniel is in control now, but he doesn't have to be overexcited because you already got rid of a huge field, and now really needs to take control of the game.
Yeah. And he gets the elixir, but absolutely, I mean, it's tough to win, but it's even tougher to lose sometimes when you're in such a comfortable spot. And we have, for example, some of our friends we know traveling, like Tommaso Dolore, who had a similar spot. You always have to keep in mind that even if you think the game is already won, a torrential tribute is all that there is from you and the victory. So if that happens, then it happens. So you gotta be careful and just never count your opponent out until they extend the handshake.
And I think Daniel here is thinking about activating Shenshen because I would be afraid.
Yeah, I mean, if the torrential is there, I think it's like you have to start from 0, and you already used the Storm and Duster. So let's remember that both of these guys' hands were just absolutely out of any common sense. What is it gonna be?
Okay.
Oh, okay. And we see the card we were talking about. So Transmigration Prophecy happens.
I'm not even sure Daniel knows what the card does because it's
No way.
I think it was released more than 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's so old. I remember it quite well, but it was. I remember that. I can tell you that I was not good at all when the card was released. I was a kid, so it must have been a while ago. So. But it's good to see once again cards coming back from the past and still having something to say in 2021. So.
Okay, Daniel is risking it because if Maren has a torrential here, he's in trouble.
Yeah, but I mean,
no, I mean there's nothing you can do. It's just you just play your cards and you basically hope your opponent doesn't have any response.
Yeah, especially because he used already the second half of calamities to prevent the Nibiru, which means that he cannot use it again to prevent the Golden Lord. So he really wants to end this duel this turn.
He activated the Lulu and he got the Lily. Okay,
so Lily comes down. Again, sending a few cards to the graveyard, and we know that one of the cards is the Elixir, so this is only one more card for Maren to keep him alive. If it is gonna be a slow roll torrential, that would have been amazing, but I think it is now too late. The Calamities is switched to attack position, battle phase is entered. Is it gonna be the end? Okay, there is a Sanguine flipped. This is not yet the end of Maren. No Ash Blossom, so...
He's not giving up.
Yeah, not giving up. Not giving up, but as expected, there is the SHUEISHA.
Yeah.
So the SHUEISHA is there. The Elixir is the only other card left for Maren. Is he gonna be the writing on the wall? Let's see.
Yeah, they're just making...
Yeah, they're just making sure of when the card was activated, because it seemed like Daniel was attacking with most of his monsters at the same time, so they had to clarify, of course, which one was which.
And maybe Maren has one extra turn to survive.
Let's see. It does. So, main phase 2. And it seems like that was enough. The Shenshen hits the field once more. And I think If this is all Daniel is able to do, then Maren has a chance once more.
Yeah.
The Zeus is gonna be used, but
He activates the SHUEISHA as well. Okay, to banish the Golden Lord. Yeah.
Makes sense since the Shen is on the field. He's able to banish the Golden Lord. But there is another one in the graveyard, so again, interesting plays. Let's see. Maren probably with one more turn to find a way to fight back in this game, but it's still somewhat of a close one, although it didn't look like it at the beginning.
Let's now see if he can draw into a,
the third pot. I mean, yeah. Yeah, still debating.
Yeah, I think that they're just making some clarification about the damage.
Because the SHUEISHA now is not live anymore, so maybe Daniel wants to prioritize and find a way to get rid of more cards and banish them so that the SHUEISHA is live again.
Or maybe he's just trying to find a way to summon other calamities.
Yeah, that's also a pretty good priority if it's possible.
I think he's considering it because he has the Lao.
Yeah, we gotta keep in mind that the Shen, if it stays there, then it's gonna be annoying regardless because of the Golden Lord effect. But yeah, Daniel doesn't want to stop. He continues. Do you think there was any merit for Zeus to be summoned in the extra master zone? I mean, hopefully it doesn't.
I think it doesn't affect Daniel's turn anyway, but
he should pay attention to how many monsters he end up summoning. So Synchro once more, maybe Vermilion or maybe the Croco Dragon.
Yeah, it could be.
They both have merits, but okay, so Croco Dragon, it feels like he rather draw one card, so he's gonna shuffle and look for even one more answer to shut his opponent down, but the second Calamities is there if he feels like it. So. So picks up a card, make Calamities, and pretty solid turn. So
pretty good for him.
Yeah, the Zeus is a little bit of a double-edged sword because it's good to have it there just if you're desperate, but at the same time, if you use it, I think you lose more than Maren. So okay,
he did his best. So
imagine Nibiru comes down now, which he couldn't use, of course, because of the Sanguine, but it would have been a funny one. Okay, so again adding the GG, discarding the Tutu, and just going for a GG to have even more resources. Because as I said, the priority was to banish some cards and get the SHUEISHA online once again. And this is exactly what he's managing to do. So well played by Daniel.
Definitely.
He lost game 1 to a very unfortunate combination of cards. He opened it very well, and now let's see. This draw is quite important from Maren. I think. Okay, so the Calamities comes down. I don't think there was a response from Maren. Can he fight back? Let's see.
Let's see what he picked up. Looks like
another back row, and not much you can say. Yeah, he just sets even more back rows, pass back to Daniel, and hopes that that's gonna be the same. Do you think he should have used the Sanguine maybe or no? Okay.
I think looks like he has some sort of defense. So otherwise,
one last time, Daniel switching everything to attack. Is there gonna be any response from Maren? And here is where the clutch one-off Mirror Force that comes out of nowhere. Yeah. Let's see. The tension is real, but wow, he's brave. I wouldn't have expected him to actually activate a virtual world, because torrential is still an option, so
he's risking it, huh?
Wow, very brave move. Let's see if the torrential is there to punish him. Doesn't seem like it. So risk is paying off. Is it just gonna enter battle phase?
Yeah, I think you can enter battle phase here.
Yeah, he does. So one last time, he enters the battle phase. Attacks with one of his first virtual words. But yeah, as you can see, Maren wants to end with style. Solemn judging his own card. He reveals the third pot, which was actually there. And he picks up his card, going out with style. But congratulations to Daniel, after what was probably the longest match all weekend, almost taking up the entire 50 minutes. He is declared the winner, and he will be the first player to advance to the final. Congratulations, Daniel, once again. What a match, what a show. And I am impressed. I gotta issue an official apology for what we said earlier about the other side of the bracket and Marco being the most skillful player of Virtual World we have seen. I think Daniel might have heard some of these comments and wanted to prove us all wrong. And I think he did. In game one, he showed us an unconventional opening, right?
And unfortunately, it didn't pay off due to the fact that Maren had the Red Ice Fusion with the Cold Body Grave. So he was able to win that game and seal it. But in game two, he was able to fight back and win game two. And game three was just like, you know...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there is not much you can do, but I really like that he didn't change his plan. He knew that Calamities alone was not going to do much. And he went for something that very few people would have done, which is Beatrice, send Ash to the graveyard and again get it back with Ptolemy. And it could have worked if Maren didn't have the single call by the grave. But again, in game 2 and 3, they showed us what the definition of grinding is. And at the end, it was Daniel who came on top. Still, congratulations to Maren for his show. But the first deck that goes to the final is Virtual World. And it is our dear friend Daniel. So who is it gonna be his opponent? There is only 2 more matches remaining this weekend, so make sure to follow them all. You don't want to miss any of the action left. Keep watching, and we will be back soon with the second of the semifinals.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold this.
Finalist who will be waiting for the winner of this match. But now our attention should be focused on the match coming up next, which is the second semi-final between Donovan, and again the same matchup with his Red Eyes Eldritch deck, against Marco, who will be piloting Virtual World. So from what we've seen in the past match, it is probably going to be a long one, a grind, up and forth battle, and I think either one can take it. So we'll see, is it going to be Virtual World who advances and we're going to see a mirror match in the final, or can Eldritch Red Eyes the just fallen friend and take it all for his glory? Let's find out. Our players are ready, so let's go to the table.
So once again, I think the die roll is not gonna be super relevant for the Red Dice Delphi player, considering that Maren proved a lot of time during this week, and that going second is not of a big deal for the deck. But on the other hand, Marco showed us that he's an incredible Virtual World player. So the players are now rolling the dice.
And it's worth mentioning that this is one of the first time of the entire weekend where players from the same qualifier, which is France, by the way, so two players of the French qualifier are in the top 4 right now, are facing each other. Back in that time, Marco was the one who prevailed. He's the first place in France, so maybe he will claim it all again. So,
and once again, we've seen the Pot of Prosperity being played. We have seen a lot of times how good this card is. And,
absolutely.
Especially in this deck, because thanks to the Nyanya, you can shuffle back one of your banished cards.
Yeah.
So...
And it's worth mentioning, by the way, that Maren, who unfortunately lost, was also from the French qualifier. Yeah. So we left the scenes of Yu-Gi-Oh! With the last YCS and a lot of tournaments before being dominated by the French scene. It seems like even in remote dueling, that's the case. 3 players in top 4 were from the French qualifiers. So it is now completely in the end of Daniel from the German one to claim it all. But let's now jump back to the match as this Pot of Prosperity gives a few options to Marco.
Okay, takes the Lulu, seems like, yeah. And he thought about it for a second, considering that he also could have picked the Gamma, but okay, he has the Chinglong.
Okay, so a nice start here from Marco. And once again, if he followed the stream, as I think he did, because just look at how fast he's playing, he knows that his opponent doesn't main any Entrops.
Yeah.
But my question is, will he go for a similar line to the one of Daniel with the M7 and Beatrice? If he watched the stream, maybe he can copy even the strategy. But...
Yeah, I think it is a good strategy because, as we said in the previous match, the True King of all calamities is good, but if you have the possibility to go for the Beatrice and the M7 to get back the Ash, maybe you're safe to negate your opponent Red Dice Fusion. So maybe this will be the case. Let's now see what Marco decides to do.
GG comes down. He can send another, yeah.
Okay.
So then Yanyan, for now, it seems like he can do pretty much whatever he wants. The lineup from Daniel seemed okay. It didn't work out because of the call by the grave. Outside of that specific circumstance, it seems like having an Ashe against this deck is really good. It stops the pots and the fusion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he has it, he has it. I mean, it can happen that your opponent has the cold bite. So, but with that lineup play, I think you're.
And actually, I can tell you that Donovan is not playing the call by the grave.
Okay.
So against him, the opening would be even safer. So it seems like he is doing something somewhat similar, but not quite. So let's see if Marco found maybe his own version of the combo. So for now, Shen.
Yeah, he's trying anyway to, not making the Stardom combo here. Just considering that he special summon the Juju in the very first turn, something you don't really see quite often. But I really like by the way, the fact that, these players always try to find a way to make something different,
Absolutely. So, and that's what you should do. Trying again and again the same thing, hoping it will work, is not something that unfortunately helps you, like Federico Megozzi learned back in YCS Milan, where he was just keep on summoning Colossus after Colossus, but Dinka, unfortunately, with this Prankits deck, just took the best of him. So this time Marco is showing that maybe he doesn't think that's the way. I'm not super convinced by this opening. He goes for the usual one. Maybe his hand wasn't good enough to do something else, or maybe this is just the combo he's comfortable with. So Calamity is down, which is not that great, to be fair, and he activates it right away.
Okay.
Makes sense, because otherwise the Golden Lore can be used.
Exactly.
So you need to use it in the draw phase. And it's
Pause.
Extravagance.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's the third or fourth in a row we see from all the semifinals.
Yeah, you now have a lot of possibility to draw cards. You have Extravagance, the size, Prosperity.
Yeah. And now I remember, even if I didn't have the caricature, who Donovan is just by the confident shuffling of the extra deck, which is always a delight to see. So, let's see. My heart tells me I wanna see 3 Dragoon banished just for the memes, but no, I hope it will be more than just a meme, as it is for these 2 duelings, giving it all to meet Daniel in the finals. So
Okay, very interesting choice here from Marco, who I think is now maybe going to activate this one. Who?
Or maybe just explaining the effect, because he knows that it is a virtual world. So Donovan knows that he can bring it back, so he just wants to make sure that he doesn't miss anything. So
let's see if now Donovan has... no, okay, he doesn't have.
He sets 1, and just moves on to set probably 5 cards to his back row.
I think he has a lot of them, he's just choosing them.
Yeah. He probably has 6 or 7 traps, and I mean, it's not the most visual Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's an efficient way to win. So set 5 and go. So again, this is a tough field though. Virtual is good at a lot of things and is good at grinding, but not so much at playing through the back rows. And again, the back rows are pretty similar.
scary, yeah.
And there is also summon limit,
Yeah.
which is a big thing.
Yeah, because if Donovan has a way... Okay, maybe Marco knows that Donovan is playing Torrential and, you know, summon limit, so maybe he wants to deal some damage before starting things off with some monsters.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's fine.
I think he just takes it and he
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
care about it
Yeah.
much. Given the chance, he will probably use one of the Eldelic traps in the end phase, and by doing so, I think he's in a good spot at the moment. So
And I think during Phase 2, Marco will anyway be playing, I mean, conservatively, I would say.
he can just wait.
Yeah.
For now, it's not a winning play, so I don't like it much. But he's probably just gonna go for a Zeus. No,
Any
okay.
best,
He
yeah.
thought about it and that's it. So, is there gonna be an Eldic trap? I would be surprised if there was none, considering he's playing 9.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there is. So the best one, even arguably 2. So Sanguine is activated, bringing out the first Golden Lord of the game.
And now it's getting more interesting because if Donovan has, for example, a Conquistador on a Quero, that would be very good for him.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, for now he doesn't activate anything else. He will draw a card among the best top decks, of course. Again, the fusion. But let's see where and when Marco will activate the calamities again.
Yeah, I think now Marco has to consider to activate it just in order to prevent Donovan from activating an eventual. That's what I was saying.
And this is
Yeah.
unfortunately the problem. So Marco waited too long. I cannot blame him too much because he thought maybe that was enough. But he had another Golden Lord in hand, and this means that the Calamities is kind of wasted at the moment. The SHUEISHA is chained.
Ooh, yes, the Conquistador
Ooh,
as
and the
well.
Conquistador is
Yeah.
there. Wow. Well played by Donovan, and it seems like sure the calamities will be chained. The strike even maybe too much. Maybe he targeted the face down. Then I think that's my.
Yeah, it could be possible. Yeah, but if he activated the strike, maybe it will go for game at this point. You know.
I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean
it's tough to do so.
Yeah, it's
but,
tough to do so, but if you can bring back the lore,
yeah, it's not
let's see.
impossible.
Yeah,
It's not impossible. Either way, the advantage is
it's considerable.
it's tough. And as we mentioned, not only does he run traps that can 1-for-1 like the strike, he plays some annoying ones like summon limit, which if activated has pretty much no out in the main deck outside of the SHUEISHA, which was just destroyed from Marco.
Did he pass?
No, he just
no,
used it
okay.
right away
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you can use the
Yeah,
Sanguine.
yeah.
It's the only trap
Yeah.
you can use. So now he goes for the other Golden Lord, switch it to attack, and push a considerable amount of damage. So, good stuff.
Yeah. And I think he also has a couple of traps in his hand, considering that in the
Yeah.
previous turn he kept them.
He goes for the Spider, which, funny enough, can turn into a Zeus, but not at the moment, of course. Wow, and he has another one. So this is
This is enough, right?
plenty of damage. Let's see if there is any response from Marco.
Yeah.
No, there isn't. Wow. So Donovan takes it home quite convincingly again. The Red Ice Eldlick is once again one game away from reaching the final. It was the same thing in the first semi-final, but then Daniel completely turned it around and won 2-1. Here, let's see if history will repeat or if Donovan will just be too much for Marco to handle. And I just gotta go back and think about turn 1 and the opening from Marco.
Yeah, I mean, as we have seen in the previous match, Donovan was able to win game 1, although he lost the die roll, so which is good for him. But maybe Marco will find his own way through his side deck, considering that he's playing some good cards against his deck, as we've seen in the previous match, like the RP's Feeder Duster, Lightning Storm, the Red Booth. So
my main concern is again the opening, because if he's gonna do again the Calamities, I think he has no hope of winning.
Yeah.
I liked what Danilo was doing because he was trying out something different, but for Donovan, we have some interesting side deck, and he is the one we already mentioned siding the Waking the Dragon, which I still wish we will see somewhat someday during this event. So
I think maybe he would have activated the Calamities that we were saying before, you know.
yeah, but I think it was game over anyway.
Yeah.
Because he strikes, and
Yeah.
that's GG regardless. So
And Donovan, on the other hand, I think I think Nibiru will go in. What do you think about the shifter?
the shifter is okay. I don't like it too much just because it's a net minus and they can just wait while you're forced to use it right away. But it's of course really good, so it's definitely coming in, I would say. Because you just chain it to the first virtual or to foolish to many of the cards from Marco, and it at least guarantees you a 1-for-1. So I'm sure we will see that side in from Donovan. Let's see. One more game, one more end for these guys, and let's see if Donovan will advance.
And I think Marco will opt for another start, maybe. Consider that the Calamities didn't hurt Donovan that much in the previous game. Maybe if he has the possibility, we'll go for the M7 and the Beatrice as we saw in the previous match. But
Sets one. Wow. Whew. And this is not what Marco was expecting. We start things off set 1 and pass, which means that it's tough. Either it's a big bluff in a way where he maybe sets the SHUEISHA and then thinks he wants to OTK, but otherwise this is just a brick, and Donovan will be pretty happy to see that, and with the Prosperity looking for the fusion, this is quite tough, I would say. Let's see if he can find it. Summon Limit is a great option. He's missing one card yet. The Shifter unfortunately are useless, but the Summon Limit can be one of the better ones. Instead, he picks the Sanguine. Maybe he already has some traps and he needs some engine cards.
And maybe Marco was missing one piece, you know, to activate these monsters, or maybe, you know, to draw into...
So set 5 and pass. My dream scenario would be flip RP Feather Duster, like the so-called Pro Heavy Storm back in the day. Oh my god, please do it. No way. I would just ask Marco for an autograph if he does that, because that would be too bad. One can only dream, but let's see if Marco can finally do it. He probably had just a lot of Lily and stuff like that. With the trap, he needed some way of triggering them. So,
and I think Donovan could have the Summon Limit as well, considering that he didn't pick it up previously.
Yeah, there is a good chance that he's holding one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, we thought for a second and it was the Feather Duster, would have been huge. Yeah. Okay, this is Sanguine.
Sanguine right away, meaning he probably has the Aguero, I would say. Wouldn't make sense otherwise. So with the Aguero you can banish the only card in grave for your opponent, and just as predicted, he will try and banish it. So okay, nothing too great for now by Donovan. This just I would be surprised if Marco didn't have other monsters.
Yeah.
Like the way you break is probably by having multiple Lily and other virtual worlds. So
Yeah, I think he didn't draw into, you know, Qinglong or City. Or...
especially because I think GG might as well be the top deck he had.
Yeah.
Otherwise, with the,
Yeah.
like even if you have triple GG, you can just try and play the game. So
Yeah, correct.
let's see. Okay, they are debating about something. Okay, seems like yeah, he's considering his play, but he goes for
Nyan.
normal summon Nyan Nyan.
And here comes the summon.
And here is the summon limit. Wow, is there gonna be a response? Otherwise, this shuts down completely his opponent. The city is okay, but
I think the only way here you actually want to survive.
the
and,
city is decent because
it's
what
decent. Yeah,
what you
yeah.
can do is banish and then have the
Yeah.
Shushe to destroy the summon limit. So this is the plan. You try and negate, and then as you can see, Donovan is already touching the summon limit because his opponent wants to use the Shushe. So this is a good way to try and push more. And unfortunately, the summon limit was outed by what we already mentioned was one of the only outs, which is the Shushe. But what are the other back rows from Donovan? So for now, it doesn't seem like he's interested in using them. Maybe there is a strike or a judgment even.
What I'm thinking here at the moment is if you normal summon the Nyan Nyan, maybe top deck the GG previously.
Yeah, for sure, it looked like the GG.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we see the Fortune Tune once more. He gave Marco the win yesterday in top 16 by using it into a Zeus, and he's trying to do the exact same thing here. Too bad that he's now facing a deck not like Madolce, but a deck who's playing 6 copies of Solemns.
Yeah.
So if there is no copy at all, I would be absolutely surprised.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's also interesting if he goes for Downerd here, because if you go for Downerd, you risk Torrential.
Yeah.
So I think you might as well even go directly to Zeus. It's worth considering.
Yeah, I think you should go for the Zeus.
Yeah. So he cannot risk the Torrential, so he goes directly into the Zeus. And let's see if Donovan has a response. He's considering it, huh? So maybe he doesn't have it.
Maybe he doesn't, yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay.
No. Play goes back to Donovan, who didn't have a Solemn to stop, or at least the Solemn Judgment, which we can assume would have been for sure used. But maybe the strike is still there and he's just waiting for the activation.
Maybe he kept it in order to see if he can maybe seal the game in this turn. We will soon find out.
I think there is a chance that he's holding a Torrential though, because he couldn't play it on. He couldn't play it because of the summon limit, and then he didn't play it because of the Fortune Tune and the well played by Marco. But let's see. He's gonna try and force out this Zeus. So Link summon once more. And here we see one of the first Link summons from the Red Ice Eldlik deck. And yeah, as expected, now finally the Zeus is activated. Is there gonna be a response from Donovan?
Doesn't look
Maybe
like
not.
Donovan,
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Wow. What is it that he had face down?
Oh.
2 copies of Prison.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, that's tough. Yeah. So he loses a lot.
Yeah.
And now, luckily for him, the Zeus only has 1 material, so he can try and find a way to get rid of it before the second activation is there. But it's looking like Marco might find a way around this time. Let's see.
Very unfortunate for Donovan. He didn't have neither a Solemn Strike or a Solemn Judgment, so this means this game is far from over. And
absolutely.
Okay.
So now Yeah, gonna get to banish his traps, but this means he's entering end phase if you banish both.
Yeah.
So he has how many cards in hand? 2?
2.
Okay. So once again, maybe there are some cards like Nibiru and stuff like that.
Or maybe he drew into Dark Magician or a dice.
Yeah, one of the bad ones. Hopefully not for him, but sometimes it gotta happen. It is not happen a lot when we have seen this deck in action this weekend. So.
And now back to Marco, which is now pretty much, I think, confident. I mean, when your opponent goes for Anaconda, you maybe expect Solemn Strike, but
thing is, do you activate it right away now
Yeah.
to get rid of the Zeus, or what do you do with the Conquistador?
No, I think I would wait, because yeah, he has too many solutions, so you have to be careful.
I think if you are Marco, all you need to worry about now is the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Because, and at the same time, if your opponent goes for Sanguine, then you don't even care about it anymore. So.
Yeah. I think he's considering, maybe he could go for the Qinglong, yeah. But once again, we have to remind that it looks like he didn't have that much going on, because he normal summoned the Nyan Nyan previously. So, does he have a way to special summon his monster now? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, but funnily enough, it looks like for now, after game 1 where Marco started out strong, the strategy to try and beat this deck is to brick, because he's doing it in a better way now with just setting 1 and pass, which was what he did game 2.
I think maybe Donovan is trying... No, okay. No, it's fine. He doesn't chain anything to the Qinglong. And here it depends what you have in your hand, because, yeah, I guess the Lulu.
And his Storm is discarded, okay. Sided in even if he was going first, which is risky, but I guess understandable, because if you get it, maybe you can even just pass without just committing much to the board. And now the city comes down, allowing him to just try and push for more damage. He can get the SHUEISHA back online. So, great stuff here by Marco.
Yeah, now...
Oh wow.
Oh, that's the Tutu. Okay.
He normal summons the Tutu, giving up Zeus.
So now I think you just wait for Marco to activate the Lulu, right? And then you go for the Sanguine and the Conquistador. Yeah.
For sure. So now it's time for Donovan to activate these cards, hopefully in the right order. Yeah. So Conquistador is chained. Yeah, and the Sanguine is chained. So for now, nothing to say, but as expected, he can just chain now the SHUEISHA Engrave and the other SHUEISHA, and this guarantees that he is able to combo off freely. So
well played by Marco.
Well played by Marco, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's now explaining.
Yeah, he's playing the chain, and unless there is a miracle here, I think Donovan doesn't have many options left to survive this turn.
Okay, he gets the GG, and now, okay, he gets the Tutu.
The Nyan Nyan is back for his own effect. He has the GG to be activated still. Good stuff by Marco.
Yeah, the only thing he really needs to worry about is the Nibiru.
But
no, he activated the Sanguine, so yeah.
Thanks to the Sanguine, it's not an option anymore. So honestly, it's pretty safe. I don't know if he has enough to quite OTK, but he will try to just push some damages, because honestly the last 2 cards in hand are kind of weird from Donovan. Obviously, you hope that they are like a Dark Magician and even the Dark Red Eyes Dark Dragon.
Yeah, I think the only way here is just to figure out if you can OTK or not, because otherwise you will go for the Calamities or the M7 eventually.
I think the Queen Lang was already activated this turn, so we have to keep in mind that he already shuffled Shu back from SHUEISHA. Ooh, and now he will just go fishing for another card, which is the Stardust Charge. And he activated GG. Okay, so for now the last card in hand is still unknown. He doesn't need too much to just push forward, and of course you can understand the players being on quite some pressure. This is all or nothing, and when you're in top 16 it doesn't feel that real to lose, but when you're just one match away from going to the finals, unfortunately then Nibiru comes down, but he cannot be activated, right?
Yeah, I use the same when you cannot activate the Nibiru. They will soon fix it.
Yeah. Thankfully, they immediately picked it up, as we were saying.
And we're seeing the same thing that we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, unfortunately, twice Donovan, just like in the previous match, it seems like history will repeat itself. So, hopefully not in game 3 as well for Donovan, but the same went for Maren. He had the Nibiru, but he couldn't play it out. So maybe the card is not supposed to be played in this deck. I'm not sure, but
you gotta be very careful because
for now, twice in a row they're not able to use it, and it is more of a liability than helping them out. Because if it was a different trap, imagine it. This could have been completely different because the Zeus would have not resolved, and it would have been a completely different story. Now it's a -1 in hand.
Because I think in this spot you actually care more about protecting yourself than thinking about that you cannot activate the Nibiru later on in the turn. So you basically lock yourself without considering it. Because I mean the Nibiru would have been incredible here, but once again it could not be activated.
So Vermilion comes down, pushes some damage, but not enough to win the duel yet. This gives a lot of chances back to Donovan. He has some traps in the graveyard, the Golden Lord. Do you think he goes for Calamities just to prevent the Golden Lord?
Yeah. There it is. Okay.
Yeah. So, not much of a surprise. He gets a card back with GG, playing pretty fast. He will activate the Calamities right away. And this means that now the Golden Lord cannot come back. But again, traps are there. So if traps are there, it's tough. We're still mentioning Torrential Tribute over and over again, but we have not seen it in action much.
Because he can completely
he just passes with 1. Okay, so the Nibiru, then I think we can assume that the other card must be, again, one of the parts of the fusion, or even a second Nibiru maybe.
Yeah, it could be,
Or a Lord, but I mean, nothing useful. So he now gets the same thing as before. Not a surprise here. So the last card, the top decked one, will be probably the difference between this game going to game 3 or giving a chance to Marco.
And I think that the only card I'm thinking of at the moment that could save Donovan is Torrential. Because Marco will play around Nibiru. And he has the SHUEISHA for the Conquistador. So this is safe. Yeah. The last card that we don't know could be the crucial card of this game.
Okay, so now let's see what Marco is gonna start with. He has a lot of possibilities. I think Torrential Tribute is the scariest
Yeah.
card once again. But once you... Ooh, and the Feather Duster is picked up by Marco. This is probably game over from Donovan. What a pickup. Wow. And with the SHUEISHA you just chain it, and I think, I don't see how this... do you ever... No, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking, because he knows about the Nibiru.
Yeah.
If he didn't know about the Nibiru, maybe there was a word, but then he can also just activate the Calamities. And yeah, I think this is always game over for Donovan. But let's see how these players are gonna pick it up.
Yeah, now you change the SHUEISHA.
Yeah, you change the SHUEISHA and it's game over. The card was actually Torrential. Wow. So the pickup from Marco was huge. If we didn't get the Feather Duster, I think the Torrential could have completely turned the game around, and maybe Donovan would have just won 2-0. Wow. This is devastating for Donovan, and yeah, now it's a piece of cake to just get rid of the last life points. Maybe we'll try once more to use the Nibiru, but as for the first 2 times, Donovan has seen enough. So it's 1-1, and once again these top 4 matches are giving us a hard time to find out who will be the finalist, meeting Daniel Hartmann there. So congratulations to both, and now it's all or nothing. One last duel for one of these guys, and who is your money on?
I mean, I hope to see Virtual War against Red Dice Elvic, because I really like the deck. But we have to give credit to Marco, because he was able to, to come back into this game. It was very tough, and it was very long, because we are now entering into round 3 with only 18 minutes left, pretty much. And something quite interesting that I would like to see is the Waking the Dragon by Donovan.
Yeah,
something that we haven't seen this weekend so far. And on the other hand, for Marco, I mean, once again he has the Lightning Storm, the Red Reboot, the Feather Duster. So something
I gotta say though is that for now, and it's actually absurd if to think about it, the win rate of the Red Ice deck in the main is 100%, which is just crazy to think about it. And 3 out of 3 losses in top 4 were all due to RP's Feather Duster. So, I mean, you still gotta give credit to Donovan. I think he still keeps the advantage, and unless we're gonna see the 4 out of 4 RP's Feather Duster, I think he's the one with the advantage. But RP's Feather Duster has another friend, which is the Red Rebuke, so, and the Lightning Storm. So we'll see. But for now, this is what history of these matches is telling us. So
let's now see if Donovan can find his way back. Maybe summoning a Red Dice Dark Dragoon, which we haven't seen in these 2 previous games, and that would be a game changer. Otherwise, he has plenty of traps. We haven't seen a Solemn Judgment being played already.
It's gonna be
it's a close one.
A close one again. The side deck is definitely more impactful, but something worth mentioning is Maren was not playing Waking the Dragon, and up until now Donovan only lost to RP's Feather Duster. If that's the case again, Waking the Dragon sounds like the perfect side deck card, because then you auto-win the game by summoning like a warrior from another planet or any other decent card like Naturi Exarion. Ooh, and the fusion is there. Is there gonna be an Ash Blossom, or is it gonna resolve? Unfortunately, he drew the half of it, but I mean,
still,
a 2-for-1 is still good if you have a Dragoon. Not so much just because you want to keep a card in hand to discard for the Dragoon. So it's essentially gonna require 3 cards to invest into the Dragoon now. But with just 2 back rows, maybe he can have enough to stop the aggression. So
yeah, if he has, like, for example, a summon limit or a Solemn Judgment, that would be very good. Yeah, he's at 2. And I think he will maybe pass.
Yeah, no surprise. So he needs to keep a card. Unfortunately, the red dice was there, but outside of that, nothing to complain. Now Marco picks up a card, and let's see if that is enough for his opponent to stop him. Is there gonna be another? Last time we saw this happen, we had both Lightning Storm and Feather Duster. Wow.
And this Pot of Prosperity
It's
can
amazing.
be very... Yeah.
Plus, after siding, this card is just absolutely incredible. So
Yeah, because you got to see, you know, 6 new cards, and if he finds his way to get an RP Spirit Duster, that would be amazing. Yeah. Let's see.
okay, let's take a look at these. For now, nothing too special. The Call by the Grave is interesting. Ooh, but the Dark Ruler no more is picked up. Interesting side deck choice by Marco. Very brave. Like, if they don't open the Future, which is just a free offer, the card is completely useless in this matchup. What do you think of this choice?
I mean, I'm afraid he could have oversided, like it happened before with the Dragon League match, in which he sided in Trilancia, but it's paying off because he actually
paid
had the
off.
best fusion.
Wow.
So...
I don't know. I also am. I'm not too convinced about this decision, but it's paying off. Again, it kind of reminds me more of the game in the other top 4, where the call by was the only other out that could have happened to punish the play from Daniel.
Yeah.
Here, again, like, you side Dark Ruler no more, which you need to pick up, and it's so bad if you don't. But I guess this deck can afford it.
Yeah.
Just because you send the Queen Long so often to the graveyard, you need to discard a card.
Yeah.
So if you see it under that, then I think it makes sense, and it's paying off right now. Just the only thing we need to keep in mind is that no damage will be dealt this turn, so there is no OTK potential.
Yeah. And maybe Donovan has a summon limit. Let's see if he maybe wants to wait. Let's see if he has it. Does he have it? Okay, Solemn Strike on GG.
Okay.
And I think I expect Donovan having another copy.
Maybe. Could be the case.
Yeah,
he wants to slow his opponent down as much as possible. Is it gonna be enough? Let's see if Marco... If it is, that's big, because let's remember that the Dark Ruler no more also takes away the protection from the Dragoon.
Yeah.
So this is the best time to get rid of it, and it doesn't seem like that was enough. So double Nyan Nyan is okay. So he summons the other from the graveyard, and by having sent the correct trap card to the grave, he also has an additional summon. So
yeah. Let's see if he goes for Juju.
So the charge is not useful here because he's under prosperity. And that is why, he goes for Juju. Okay. Seems good. Seems good, honestly.
Seems good.
Unfortunately, no summon limit or Torrential seems to be there, but you gotta remember that Torrential is worse than usual, because Dragoon is usually protected by Torrential, while here, if he goes for Torrential, Dark Ruler no more negated the protection effect, so he will lose the Dragoon too, and he will be left with one card top decking.
I think the only thing that Donovan needs to worry about is that if Marco has another monster in his hand, because now, if he has a Solemn Strike, would you activate it? Let's see if he has it, first of all.
So the problem I also see is that by having the Dragoon, he was forced to keep a card in hand, which most likely was a trap for the Eldlick, which is now a big punishment because he couldn't get to discard it, and he's now slowing things down a lot. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure what this face down could be, but maybe another Eldlick trap, and the Zeus is gonna come down. So Dark Ruler no more being the MVP for sure of this match, and play is back to Donovan, who needs a miracle to fight back.
Ooh, okay.
He had the Golden Lord as the last card, And he tries his best, but this is quite weak. He's gonna try his best to just destroy the Zeus. Clears the last back row, which is revealed to be... Ooh, the Waking the Dragon, but... Wait, because Destroyed and Banished, it triggers it. I don't know if it triggers if it's sent. I think so, right?
Yeah.
Wow, the Waking the Dragon actually making an appearance. Let's see. That's so big.
No way he's winning this way.
Oh, wow. But I'm not sure because...
Yeah, we have to check this.
Yeah, we have to check the text. We are gonna bring you guys up on the screen for you. Because I know it's banished or destroyed, but probably even if he left, yes?
Yeah, if he left, yeah.
So, wow, the Waking the Dragon actually making an appearance and the Falcon comes down. Oh wow, what a way to shape up this duel. We said how the difference between Donovan and Maren deck, the only difference was the Waking the Dragons, and now they are bringing up a completely immune Falcon. So Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon, it's immune, so it's very tough to deal with.
Yeah, this is the main issue because it's also 3500, so it's very big. And
so Marco needs to find a way to deal with the card. The other option was the Warrior from Another Planet, which is okay, but can be dealt by Queen Long easily. So I think it's too late for that.
Yeah.
And as you can see here, as I'm gonna bring you guys the card up on the screen, Ultimate Falcon is a hell of a card. So tough. Looking at his deck list, he needs to figure out a way to deal with it. But what a game!
Yeah, we were not thinking about the Waking the Dragon.
Yeah, because the Zoo, it's. How can you even get rid of it?
Yeah, I mean,
you need to boost your attack, but the Zeus is gone, which it would have been immune to anyway.
How can you get rid of it?
Yeah, it's tough. You need something that increases your attack, because otherwise I think he might not even have an out to it. Because like a way to do it, but it's very far from being the case, will be a Croco Dragon with enough cards in hand.
Yeah.
But you need how many? You need like 5, I think.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
Wow.
Wow, what a match! He picked up his cards and realized there was no chance at all. Incredible turn of events. We hyped for you, Waking the Dragon. It was the card declaring the victory. Donovan is the winner. What a match, and what a shock, to be honest. We had some very similar thing as in the first semi-final. Game 1, this deck just dominates. He never lost one game in the entire tournament, just crushing everyone. So it's 1-up for Donovan. It feels like he's already reaching the final and meeting Daniel. But then, just like in the other semi-finals, everything just changes. Marco brings out the cannons and he just tries and finds ways. Actually, in game 2, he started things off by setting 1 and pass. Yeah. So he bricked completely, but he still find a way, mainly due to the Zeus, to turn things back around. It's 1-1. Only a few minutes remain. We begin game 3. And what happens? The situation is a little unclear. It doesn't seem like the things are going to go either player's way. But then Marco finds the opening, he finds the out, there is no summon limit, and he breaks the board completely, again with the Zeus.
We would have never expected something like this. We were talking about that, but I mean...
Now what happened? So, the Zeus is the last card. We think Donovan is done. He only has a set face down, and just thinking back at it, if... Marco would have not chained the Zeus to the Golden Lord, the game was over. Because literally Donovan was left with one face down, but it was the only difference between Maren deck and his. Waking the Dragon. Yeah. Falcon came out, no outs. Good game. What can we say? So incredible semi-final. Congratulations to both. But now let's bring the bracket up for you guys, because it's ready for one final duel. The next coming up is the final for the whole thing. Who is gonna be the winner of the whole event? Is it gonna be Daniel? Is it gonna be Donovan? Is it gonna be Rito Ward? Or is it gonna be Red Eyes Eldlick? Keep watching and stay tuned, because we will be back soon with the last match. Welcome back one last time for this weekend to the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. We have had an incredible weekend full of duelists. They had to qualify through a lot. They had to go to extravagances, Yu-Gi-Oh! Days, and the qualifiers, which were held in 4 different countries. But in the end, the top 16 fought as best as they could, but it's all down to the finals. Only 2 players remain, and it is France against Germany. And it's going to be an incredible battle. On one side, we have Daniel Hartmann, who proved that he is the best virtual world player at the event right now. He is in the final and the only one left after 6 and 5 of the other decks were knocked out. But I think his opponent will have a lot to say about this. Is Donovan LeBlanc. He proved to everyone in the last match that you should never surrender and never take your victory for granted either. He was pushed against the wall. Everyone thought he was going to lose. And he brought literally his last final trick, which was the Waking the Dragon, completely sealing the deal with his Red Dice Eldritch deck. This is the 3rd time we are in Europe for a Remote Duel Invitational. The first time we invited the influencer, and Schattenspieler was the one who finally made it to the top. Then, just a few months ago, we had a different change. We invited both some influencer and some, we can call them pro player or players who have been playing at the top of the stage for years and years. And the final was the one between an influencer Lithium and Matteo Bertolezzi, who eventually became the 2nd time and champion. But now, this time, it was completely different experience. Any of you guys watching this could have been here in the finals playing. And this is why I suggest you to keep on checking what we publish both on our social media pages and on the website, because tournaments are happening all over around the world and you can be part of it and be here competing and taking the trophy home. But now, our players are ready and we want to crown the 3rd Remote Duel Invitational champion for Europe. So let's go to the table for one last duel. Okay, so it doesn't get much better than this, does it?
No. I think that I think if I were Donovan, I would be incredibly happy to be here, especially because during game 3, maybe he thought for a second that he didn't have so many chances to be in the final, but here he is. So he's playing another virtual world deck. This time is Daniel, and I think if I were there, I would be a little bit scary considering what happened in game 3.
Absolutely, it was one of the most absurd games we have seen. And for now, once again, we gotta keep the same theory that we had in the past. In game 1, Donovan was the one who won it every time in game 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see if history will repeat and if Donovan will be the one who takes it home by a game 1 advantage. So let's see who will begin this duel and let's see if we are gonna see even more fusions. So
we are now used to seeing this kind of opening from the Red Dice Eldritch deck. Okay, and he sets 4 and he passed.
But it's probably one of the weakest, can I say. We see no pot, no golden Eldritch cards activated. We see no fusion. So the first time Donovan actually just sets 4 and pass. But let's see, because he is maining Summon Limit, Torrential, and a lot of these cards can just shut down completely Daniel in the main deck. Who doesn't have the outs, he will side later on.
Exactly. And it looks like Daniel started with Gigi and the Lily. So if Donovan here has the Summon Limit, it will be huge, because in the main deck, as you said before, it's very difficult to get rid of that card.
And here is where we are gonna see if the Summon Limit is face down for Donovan. And that will make a huge difference. It seems like he is thinking, so I will be surprised if he doesn't flip it. But the Torrential is instead there. First time we see it in a while activating, but the problem is that once it hits the field, it's gonna send a card back. So I think Donovan is a little confused here on what the situation is. Because the last thing happening is the card being sent to grave by Lily. And this is a big reveal, though.
Exactly, because I think It's very weird that maybe Donovan never faced this kind of situation against Virtual War, considering that he played a lot during this event. And the thing is that now Daniel knows exactly.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we have seen previously. So now he knows that there is a torrential, so he's not gonna risk it. He's gonna play the Fortune Tune into the Zeus directly, and if Donovan has an out, he has it. Otherwise, his opening is completely lost, and it will be the first time he loses game 1 all weekend. Let's see.
Does he have a Solemn Strike over Solemn Judgment?
He does. Okay. Oof.
Wow.
Situation saved here from Donovan. I really got scared for a moment there, but luckily he has a Solemn, and now it's Daniel, the one who is sent back. So
I think Donovan was. I mean, Daniel knows that Donovan has the torrential, so he really needs to be careful. But on the other end, maybe Donovan could have other solutions, such as the Judgment or the Strike. Well, I mean, knowing the torrential for sure gives Daniel a slight advantage.
Okay, and now he doesn't add, but he just adds and discards the same card. And no, I think he went and discarded. He should get it to the end, because now he's thinking about the Gamma. But yeah, what is confusing is the card. No, okay, he's activating it. Okay. So as expected, the Tutu was added and discarded, and then he activated his effects by discarding the Gamma. So nothing to worry about right now, but he needs another virtual work to keep on pushing, and it is the GG, I think. Yeah.
Another strike, maybe.
So, and the prison. This is a big response. So the way you can do it here, as I will bring up to you guys in a moment, is you summon it back and then you banish, and they cannot even resolve the one that was in hand. So.
And I think it's one of the biggest responses you can have against this deck, because you basically get rid of two monsters with only one card. So
yeah,
it's very good. And now back to Daniel, who maybe passed his turn.
Is he gonna have the Sanguine too? Wow, okay. Sanguine was needed. I was getting worried that maybe Donovan just drew a hand full of traps, because we know the last card set, unfortunately, because he revealed it, is a torrential tribute.
Yeah.
So.
And now the Sanguine is very good, because Daniel is left with nothing on the field. We know that he has the GG, but on the graveyard he doesn't have nothing else rather than maybe one monster. And let's see if now Donovan draws into a Pot of Prosperity or a Course Headland.
Yeah, the Fusion. He has so many good top decks at the moment. So let's make sure he might get one of them. He can banish again the Sanguine to get a card back. But for now, the focus is on the freshly drawn card. Again, so many good top decks. I'm thinking about any of the spells, of course, but even just a summon limit would be great.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's see.
He has a lot of good cards. Cool. Yeah, I think he's entering battle phase here. Just make some damage. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you draw into a Solemn Strike or, as you said, a summon limit, that might hurt a lot. Also because now he has the Sanguine, and he can search for a Conquistador or an Aquero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one do you think is safer, I guess? The Aquero, because he's gonna send... maybe, he might have drawn the other one, but regardless, this is pretty safe because he gets to banish the spell whenever Daniel is gonna send it to the grave.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and now he's entering into the end phase, and now we'll be back to Daniel. Which he needs to find a way to come back into the game, because he knows that Donovan has Torrential and the Aquero, but he doesn't know the other two remaining cards.
Absolutely. So now seems like play will be back on Daniel. Who draws for turn. And he's also fishing for his own copy of pot, I would say. That's and he doesn't get it. It's a city. Okay,
but it's good. Yeah,
definitely a good one. City allowing him to get the SHUEISHA right on the field. That is a great one because it will interact with the Akero or the Conquistador if there is one on Donovan's side.
Yeah, this city was very good because now, it's showing Donovan he can activate the SHUEISHA whenever he wants to. And I think he will proceed with the GG. Okay, here it is. The activation is fine.
And now it's a critical moment because if there is only one card banished by Daniel, you need to use the Akero now, and Donovan does it. So well played here by Donovan. He recognizes that the SHUEISHA right now is not being able to activate, and he banishes the other card that would have been useful. So well played.
Yeah, well played by Donovan here, and let's see if Daniel has something else. Maybe a Lulu or a Laulau. Let's see.
He reveals a Laulau, so still some room to work with, but this time you gotta be careful because the Torrential Tribute can finally be activated if that's the case. So it's a weird position where, you know, one of the players knows about the Torrential, and now they both do, so it's tough because you know about it, but it's not always easy to play around the card.
Yeah, also because there's nothing really you can do about it. But now I think, I think it will be summoning maybe the Lily. Yeah, I think the Lily. Then the Nanya comes back and.
But if he activates the Nyan, it's way too much though. So I think here is the
torrential, right?
Yeah, it's the moment in which you should consider the torrential.
Yeah, definitely. I think activating the torrential is very good.
Yeah, but so he waits a little longer, and here the Vermilion can actually punish you quite a bit. Let's see. He goes for Shen Shen instead. Again, they have been waiting for a while, but I think Daniel
maybe summoned the wrong one. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think he actually summoned it on the field, so. Unfortunately, he got a beat. Maybe he said, as I said, the Vermilion was one that made also the most sense to me. And Torrential is finally coming down. So, might have not been the cleanest from Daniel, but Torrential comes down, meaning that the Shen Shen will be able to come back. But for now, the field is finally cleared. So.
Yeah, I mean, Donovan really needed to activate the Torrential in this
because the thing is, if you summon the Vermilion, worst case scenario, they have to Torrential because you threaten to destroy the Torrential. But if they do, then you get back a Tuner, which is a great solution. And that's why I think, as you could see, Daniel wanted to summon the Vermilion. And now, unfortunately, he gets back a card from GG, but he just passes. And now Donovan can banish cards from the graveyard and just try and fight back. So,
and now he's exposed. This is the main thing. So let's see if Donovan finds a way to deal enough damage.
He's activating the Golden Lord, and I think he's pushing for game here.
I think so.
Potentially. The thing is, we gotta see if he will be able to. But now it seems like the SHUEISHA will be activated.
Okay. I think he activated SHUEISHA on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and he shuffled back too. Yeah, okay.
But now this should be easy, right?
He simply activated the Aquero.
Yeah.
Okay. We still don't know what's the last card he has
face down. Because he gave up, what was it, a Torrential? Right?
It was a Torrential, yeah.
So a second Torrential, which could have actually caught his opponent off guard. That's why I was thinking he wanted to go for game, like with double Golden Lord. But instead, he just thought that it was better to get rid of SHUEISHA and pass. and now he's risking getting destroyed by his opponent. So tough decision here. The Shen is also engraved, which can be brought back.
Yeah, because maybe he thought that...
But maybe it's summon limit because the SHUEISHA could have destroyed it, you know? So maybe if you have the summon limit, now you feel safe. But I'm not sure how safe you are with the Shen on the field. Because this is the first summon. And then if the summon limit is the other card, I think we will soon find out.
Maybe he does have a third copy of Torrential Tribute, even if, I mean, would be... Okay, simply entering the battle phase.
Yeah, for now, Donovan, I mean, he saw that a Torrential was discarded, so it's always gonna be on your mind that maybe there is a third copy, so...
I don't know, maybe Donovan could have kept the Torrential, because...
We'll see, we have to find out. For now, the information tends to be just not too super clear because of the last card, so... if that's the case, then sure, but otherwise, maybe it's gonna pay off in the long run. Either way, it's the closest I've seen Donovan risking this game 1. As we said, for now, he was undefeated in game 1, so could be a main difference here.
He's now left with 3,300 life points, and looks like Daniel, maybe he could simply, if he doesn't want to push that much, he could take the risk and pass into Donovan, but...
maybe. I would say it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it depends on how much credit he gives to his opponent, because the face down was the Akero, was it? Or the Sanguine?
He has the Sanguine.
Okay.
And if he does have a Conquistador, that might hurt a lot.
Okay, let's see what it is. Okay, it is the Conquistador. Okay, interesting decision then last turn, but if this is the end phase, then this could easily be game.
Yeah,
so,
I think so. Okay, yeah.
I think, yeah, this is pretty much easy now from Donovan, and he might be able to just keep his own ability. Let's see. Let's see what he picks up. Pretty much any spell and trap, right?
Also because he has another copy of the Golden Lord in the graveyard, so...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he can just banish the Sanguine, so he doesn't even need it. So unless there is a surprise here from Daniel, it seems like Donovan will be able to keep, although he was looking weak, his undefeated streak in game 1. Let's see, but I would be surprised if that was not the case. So maybe a Gamma, something like that. There is a Gamma, okay. So Gamma was the only one, as I mentioned, which could have kept him alive. So good find there from Daniel, and this game just keeps on surprising us. So whenever we think one of the players is gonna finally win.
Wow. Okay. He drew into a Dice Fusion. Okay.
The Fusion Earths. Yeah. The Fusion is a good top deck, and yeah, I think Daniel has seen enough. And after giving us a little hope with the Gamma, Donovan is the first player who advances 1-0 and is just one game away from becoming the third remote Duel Invitational champion for Europe. So very well played by both. And now we must take a look at the side decks and especially from Daniel's side, the pressure is on.
Yeah, also because I mean, we have seen Red Eyes Elder League taking the first game in the last 3 matches, and then Virtual World always won. So Daniel seems prepared enough against this matchup, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure that, as we were mentioning, these guys are obviously the first watching the stream and watching their opponents. Yeah. And I am pretty sure Daniel was preparing for a Virtual World Mirror Match final, but Donovan surprised us all with Waking the Dragon, which I'm gonna bring up on the screen for you guys, and which was the card that won Donovan his top 4 final game. If you're Daniel, you're now siding in your cards. How afraid are you of this? Like, whenever you're gonna draw a Cyclone, an RP Feather Duster, I think you're just gonna be really trembling inside whenever you activate it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I will be super terrified, especially because, I mean, the Ultimate Falcon is extremely difficult to get, you know? And
yeah, it's almost close to being impossible.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
almost possible. Yeah.
the only out, as I mentioned, is probably the Croco Dragon, but again, like using so many cards into the Croco Dragon is also quite unlikely to happen. So.
Yeah, Daniel seems prepared enough for this matchup, especially because in the top 4 he was able to win against the Red Eyes Elite, but maybe this time the Feather Duster and the Lightning Storm could not be enough.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
For now, what I can tell you is the history is the one we are mentioning. Yeah. So, game 1, Red Eyes always wins. Game 2 and 3, for now, the only times Donovan lost, it was to RP Feather Duster. So, I wouldn't like those chances if I was Daniel. I can tell you that much.
It's going to be very interesting. Anyway, during these 2 days, we have seen a lot of action, and I mean, as expected, we have the Virtual War deck, which was the most played deck during these last 2 days, and I'm really happy that we're also seeing, you know, the Red Eyes Elite deck. You know, it's it actually showed us how powerful this deck is with all the trap cards. So you know, rock deck, and you can also rely on the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. So
yeah, for sure, it has been the deck that since the start was the most impressive in how easily it won, and it's now the one with the match point. So let's see if Daniel will go for the opening he did in top 4. That's would be really interesting to me, because he went for the very unconventional Beatrice plus M7 to get an Ash, and I honestly wouldn't mind seeing it again. But this time, he's also got to make sure that the Nibiru is not there. Luckily for him, Dimension Shifter was not used by Donovan.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Daniel here should have the possibility to go for the Beatrice. He's actually considering his options because he has the Qinglong as well. And his start again, I think, was very good because he also had the Lulu.
Absolutely.
So he has all the possible options here. Okay, also has the Lily. Okay. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, so for now, again, not much of a surprise. We've seen it all weekend, but I want to see again if Daniel thinks that the opening in top 4 was valid enough. So is he gonna go for the same? And here we see the Croco Dragon, so he's already doing something unusual.
Yeah.
He probably thinks that he should get his hands on Red Reboot or Feather Duster in order to be guaranteed any possibility. And he picks up 1 card, so...
Yeah, I like the fact that he always wants to find an alternative way, you know, to deal with against this deck, because it's very powerful. And now this is the 4th summon, something that Daniel should consider.
Absolutely. And he just activated it, but without much of a surprise. He moves on, and now he will go for.
I think he will go directly
to Calamities.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he gonna?
Yeah.
Because now this is the 5th one.
This is the 5th one. Yeah.
So the Nibiru could still be activated here, but he needs to activate it right away.
Yeah.
So okay, we can assume that Donovan didn't open one of his few entrops, meaning Daniel is free to continue and can now try and push for more advantage. The 2/2 was just activated.
And now I think Daniel will continue, because if he has the Lalau, he can go for the M7 as well. Or I think he has a lot of options available. Let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah, this is not the most straightforward play. Again, GG, so you just want to get some resources. But right now, differently from the previous games, he's still missing the SHUEISHA.
Yeah.
Which is huge, huh?
Yeah, he's missing one piece, which is huge. And we already seen Daniel missing SHUEISHA in the top 4 match, but he was able to win anyway. But Yeah, I mean, having a SHUEISHA is very important against this matchup because it gets rid of a lot of problems.
Yeah, and now he might fish for another draw with the Stardust charge. No, okay. So instead, makes sense, he goes for the Juju, which will be useful later on and easily revivable, as it is quite difficult to deal with. And we see a pretty good opening. So I think we might see what we have seen in Game 1. In Game 1 in the top 4. Yeah. So let's see. If he brings back the Lily. Yeah. So he's probably gonna go again for this very unconventional opening of Beatrice plus M7, and I am a fan of this. So this guarantees him an Ash Blossom, and although it didn't work out in the other top 4, this time he's up against a version of the deck where Call by the Grave is not in it. Yeah. Maybe he listened to our commentary of the last round, and so he will even more gladly do this. But I am a fan of this. Absolutely enjoying the way Daniel is piloting his deck, going for an alternative combo, and proving up to be a really good player.
And this is even better because this time he also has the True King of all calamities, right?
Yeah.
That he didn't have.
He now gets back even one more card, shuffles up from Gigi, and that's it. Now, question is, battle phase? Evenly matched? If that's the case, then all of this would be a shame, because Donovan is also siding the evenlies. Yeah. So let's see if he brought them in.
That would be another incredible blowout. Let's see if he has it.
Okay, he started from the fusion, and so this combo finally making sense for Daniel. I'm sure he had, for a moment, the nightmare of another Call by the Grave being there, but that is not the case, and this means Donovan can be stopped by this. If that wasn't, then without the Ash Blossom, he would have been in trouble. So I'm curious to see where he wants to go from this.
Yeah, because I think he was quite confident in activating the Red Ice Fusion, so maybe...
I would say he has the Sanguine, probably.
Yeah.
Like, if he has Sanguine and Conquistador or stuff like that, the Ash on the Sanguine can hit a lot. Yeah. The only doubt I have is that you need to activate things right away, because otherwise M7 can get you back the Ash. Ooh, the Feather, once more! Wow. Once more! Once more, the Feather Duster. Oh, wow. I think Donovan, Donovan picks up his cards, and oh my god, what a final. Again, just like in top 4, the Feather Duster is picked up by Daniel, and he's gonna give him a chance to be declared the champion, but I don't know what to say anymore. For once, I really enjoy what Daniel is doing with his deck, playing it in a way where no one else has played it this weekend, but the Feather Duster is just a train. He has been drawing it every game post-side deck against this matchup, and Donovan has been on the receiving side of the Feather Duster, and unfortunately has been losing ever since. So
yeah, I mean, looks like Donovan can only lose to the Feather Duster rather than a deck.
The only thing I'm curious to... What if there was gonna be a Waking the Dragon there? Wow. Then that would have been funny. Because then maybe he would have regretted it, because he already used the Croco Dragon, so that would have been game. Yeah. So unfortunately, no Waking the Dragon for Donovan, and we gotta find another one. So now it's game 3, and it's all or nothing. It's only fitting that these guys, after dueling for so many hours and for 2 days straight, will have to decide a winner in game 3, though.
If I were Donovan here, I mean, there was nothing he could do. Unfortunately, didn't have the Waking Dragon, but I mean, if your opponent has the Feather Duster, what can you do? I mean,
absolutely, not much. So, I think looking at the side decks now, Donovan again once more probably just siding the Waking. Yeah. If you go first, the Anthrops are much worse. We have seen up until now that the Nibiru was costing them the game, because they were never able to resolve an Nibiru in this deck. So hopefully those don't come in, but regardless, we're gonna have an incredible final and an incredible winner, because I think that this point in time, they're both absolutely deserving the win. So
yeah, definitely. So this is going to be our last game for the Remote Duel Invitational. Let's see if now Donovan opened up with the Dice Fusion or a pot.
Okay, so the start is good. Unless there is an Ash, opening up with Extravagance is definitely the way to go. He opened it, I think, in almost every game in top 4, but he was missing it in the final. He got it back for the most important game, so let's see what he can pick up with it. Again, not many punishes in the deck, but it could be the case that maybe some of the Falcons are also banished, so yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, if he banishes the Falcon, that would be
that would be an anti-climatic ending to this final.
How many does he play? 2 or simply 1?
He plays 2.
Okay.
So he has a few other.
Okay. Oh, he has the Dice Fusion.
Wow. So is there gonna be an Ash Blossom? There isn't, but he opens up once more this time the Dark Magician.
Yeah.
So looking good. I mean, he opened the Dark Magician, but outside of that, at least the pot was there to give him back the +1. So he opens with the Dragoon, and I think he can be pretty happy about it. So
yeah, especially if he has a couple of traps to prevent his opponent to, you know, activate his effects. Maybe if he has a summon limit, maybe that might hurt a lot. So
yeah, this is finally the card he needed to protect him from the Feather Duster, and as expected, he has 3 face down cards to go along with it. 1 card has to stay in hand for the Dragoon, and now the pressure is on Daniel. Can he find enough to come back? What is the first card gonna be? It is a Pot of Prosperity. Great way to start. You can look for the Lightning Storm and Feather Duster and Red Reboot. Any of those would be amazing. So
I think this is what you want to see in your very first hand.
Yeah.
And deal with all of these spell and trap cards.
But what if there is an Imperial Order? That would be one good way for Donovan to seal the game already. Let's see. He's thinking about it. I think, but I think it's the only card you would ever consider to do flipped here.
So. I mean, you don't activate any other cards.
Yeah, the only other is Solemn, and I don't think he ever flips it here, but let's see.
Wait. If he had the Imperial Order...
Yeah, the Imperial Order, he can still use it. Outside of that, not much, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
But he's thinking about it,
He's thinking about it. Is it really gonna be a Solemn on it?
Oh,
no. So, but I think he has the Solemn, or he's bluffing. So, Pancratops is revealed, but the rest are all Virtual War Monsters. So, definitely not the pot Daniel wished for. As mentioned, Pancratops is a risky side deck choice, but it could be the one he picks here, just to guarantee an out against the summon limit.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the one he decides to get.
A card we haven't seen this weekend so far, but could maybe help Daniel here. Oh, okay, he has the Lightning Storm.
Ooh, okay.
And now, he has to negate with the...
I mean, this is a no-brainer. So one of the cards, the Conquistador, is discarded to negate the Storm.
Does he have the Feather?
Does he have something else? The Pancratops is okay. It's nothing too great to stop him. And here it is gonna come down. I don't think there is a response from his opponent, and now it's the city. So this seems like it's gonna be a tougher one. He doesn't have the Lightning Storm plus Feather Duster as he did in the past, but he's gonna try just to go through. He has 3 backers to fight against. The Pancratops can deal with one of them, so there is an option that he will be able to clear this field. But
it's not easy also because Donovan discarded the Conquistador, so
yeah,
I expect Donovan to have at least, Solemn Strike maybe. If he has the summon limit plus the Solemn Strike, that would be huge.
I mean, by the way he was playing, there was some consideration to a Judgment, but bluffs are there. And let's remember that if the Pancratops is used on a random one, the Waking Dragon is an option, which is why I think we are never gonna see it. But one can only dream. So let's see.
Yeah, I think now Donovan, if he really has the limit summon, we will soon see it, but doesn't look like it.
I don't even think if you can afford to, because if you flip it, the moment in which you flip it, then your opponent just tributes the Pancratops.
Yeah.
But I guess you still have to do it, and it would be here, I think, the only moment in which you can actually activate it, because otherwise, the SHUEISHA can also deal with it later on. So I think it is the case. So summon limit is used. Pancratops can deal with it. Let's see if that would be the case. It might be also a red reboot in hand for Daniel, so
that would be
let's not
huge.
take that out of the picture. He's considering his options, so let's see.
I expect Donovan, maybe he has a strike.
As expected, the Pancratops is tributed. Do we have a strike? We have a second summon limit. Wow. Okay. And this is big. This is big from Donovan. Opening up with the fusion plus double summon limit. What an opening. This completely shuts down Daniel. He cannot summon anymore for this turn. He's forced to use the Queen Long. But by the moment in which he ends this turn, Dragoon is gonna also come back being active. And he has the Conquistador. He can vanish right away.
Exactly. And here, the only thing Daniel needs to do is to find a way to have another card in the, in the banished zone, because the Chuch is not alive.
Yeah, I think he discarded the 2/2. And now he ends his turn. So that's it. Daniel passes, the Conquistador will be used, and he gets back the Sanguine.
Yeah. Exactly. It's looking good for Donovan.
Yeah.
Because he gets the Sanguine, and he also draws for turn. So right now, if Daniel doesn't have any response, it's going to be very difficult because the Red Dice Dark Dragoon is here. And let's see. Maybe he wants to activate the Sanguine just to get the Gold Lord. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Let's now see if he has some kind of interruption.
Yeah, for now, plays back on Donovan, who can now push even a lot of damages, and it will be on his decision to keep the card he just top decked.
Exactly.
So this is also a tough one to decide, because if it's a really good one, he might set it. But for now, he's just gonna push forward and most likely end with one in hand, which is huge because. If you keep it, then
yeah.
I think there is nothing more that happens. Donovan flips his card. The Dragoon is just too much to handle. He will wipe out the life points for Donovan. What a way to finish it all. France can be proud for his champion to be crowned not only in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Back at the YCS time, but the third remote duel invitational champion is Donovan LeBlanc. What a way to finish it. Absolutely astounding match. And for now, let's go back to us. What a match, and finally we have the winner here with us. We are gonna talk to him himself. What's the best way to do it? Donovan, if you can hear us, congratulations for the win.
Thank you very much.
It was an incredible show. I think Luke in the background was supporting you from the start, and you were his speak. So again, congratulations. And what a way to do it. I think your deck absolutely showed us how it is done. And the one card I want to highlight is the Waking the Dragon in top 4.
It's a very powerful card, the Waking.
Absolutely. Why did you pick this deck?
I picked this deck because he have a good matchup against Virtual World, against VFD. And the Dragoon package have a good matchup against control deck like Edrich on against Rogue.
Yeah, and it's absolutely how it went. I think you never lost game one, pretty much, and you only lost to RP Feather Duster all weekend, essentially.
Yep, RP Feather Duster is a very powerful card against my deck if I don't have a Judgment, Dragoon, or Waking the Dragon.
Or the Waking, yeah. We were getting scared, and I think for you as well, the event and the match which was the toughest was probably top 4, right?
Yep, the top 4 is very, very hard. I was very scary against Phantom Knight because he played Dragoon. Wait, that's in top 3 or top 8? Top 8. No, the match as was scary was top 8 against PK because PK played Dragoon, and I have a very, very, very bad matchup against Dragoon.
Yeah.
It was my
Absolutely.
The top 4 was okay. When he made this, I know I was win the game.
Absolutely, and you showed us all that you knew your deck really well, and even the summon limit decision in the main deck, which the other player in the event didn't do, it paid off in the finals.
Final limit is a very, very, very good card in this format against Virtual World, against Dwitron, against Dragon Link, against all combo deck. It was very, very powerful, and against Edrich because he can't make Zeus.
Yeah, he cannot make the Zeus. Yeah, absolutely. But again, as we mentioned, you came from the French qualifier, and we all know how the French community is united. So we wanna give you a little bit of space if you wanna thank anyone, even in your own native language in French. So please take a moment to thank your community and just talk to them.
Okay. Alors, je remercie toute la communauté française qui m'a soutenu, tous les casters, vous, Dog7, Vogt, Hubert, Gab, tout le monde. Merci d'avoir été avec moi. J'aimerais remercier ma team, donc Ground Zero, avec qui j'ai pré-test, j'ai tech build le deck, donc vraiment merci aussi à eux. Et j'aimerais remercier aussi mon DC, donc le DC de Poitiers, avec qui aussi j'ai pu m'entraîner, prendre des décisions et tout. Donc je remercie vraiment tout le monde d'avoir été derrière moi. Vraiment merci beaucoup. Et voilà, vraiment... c'est aussi grâce à vous que je suis là. C'est vraiment merci beaucoup.
That's absolutely nice to hear you from you, and of course, I'm sure at the moment there will be some of the watchers cheering for you because we are having a stream in French as well. So I heard that you thanks all of the casters from the French desk too. And yeah, absolutely beautiful things. I am sure you will be glad that you are our third winner, and hopefully you will be able to defend your title whenever we will announce the next event and you will play in our qualifiers. So thanks again. You are having an absolute blast, and make sure to just tune in and follow more of the events because we want to see more of Donovan.
No problem.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For what comes to the rest, guys, what more can I say? We had 2 incredible days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players from all over Europe in the end competing against each other. And what more can I say? Thank you for watching all the different channels and languages. But what I want to remind you one more time is that Donovan is just one of you, just like it is one of us. All of you watching from home right now could have been in his spot competing, so make sure to keep on checking the news that are being published on a daily, weekly, monthly basis on all of our social medias and website. What more can I say? Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Amazing community. We will be back, I hope, very soon with more content.